Hello, sort of a demon. Once again, first, congratulations. Yes, you are correct. It is once again time for nothing to ever happen. How are you doing today? All right, we're going to enjoy a little bit of a slop starter, and then we're going to decide on what we want to do for the rest of the day. Fair warning, today is going to be a sponsored stream, and we're going to do a number of those. If you can see in the lower left corner, there's a little Factor thing. Factor is a meal prep service, and you can get 50% off your first box and free shipping if you sign up with my code. How do you find my code, you ask? That's very easy. You just type !Factor into chat, and there you go. There's going to be a easy to follow link. We're going to get into it a little bit more. I'm going to run the sponsor, but basically it's meal prep. Listen, I've lost what? I think I'm going on like 19 pounds over the course of the current cut, and I was able to do that because I use wearables and have a wife who cooks for me. So while y'all don't have both of those, Factor does make it easier to control your intake if other variables are not as easy to track. So, next best thing, I guess. But yeah, it helps to support the stream. We're going to do a tiny bit of shilling for this stream and a couple more after that. But yeah, just had to get that out of the way. Okay, now to the slop. Apparently you can now super safety an MP5, and I would like to know more.
We're going to be doing a tutorial on how to install your Lever V2 from Redacted Arms LLC. This tutorial transfers to all makes and models of your MP5. If it's an MKE import or an actual HK, whether it's a full size or small, the only thing you're going to be missing.
Listen, man, it's not like I'm roasting you in particular, but maybe if you get your eating plan in order, maybe you'll get everything else in place as well.
An out on for the small, like the case size tutorial, is you don't need to install the buffer. So what you're going to do is pop your two pins out. Again, you might have more pins, you might have less pins. It depends on what MP5 you have. I have the AP5, so I took the big pin out and the small pin out up front. Save those for later because you're going to need them for the install. You want to pop off your stock or brace.
You know what I think? As much as we make fun of Californians, and Californians deserve to be made fun of, but when we poke fun at like the fin grips and the featureless AR and whatever the fuck else they have to do in order to, you know, have guns, we kind of forget that braces and FRTs are just slightly better than that. Realistically, we are also just jumping through loopholes and stupid laws that shouldn't exist, and we think that we're better than them. Which we are, but just not by a lot.
Then remove the lower. It's your OEM lower. You don't really need that anymore. You want to pull on this.
Oh, wait, it replaces the entire FCU. Interesting.
Recoil spring. Pull the bolt carrier group out.
That looks kind of like an MCX bolt group.
Make sure it's good. But you want to take the bolt carrier group.
Okay.
And pop your slip trip on it, just like that.
Oh.
So you see I'm kind of taking the ears of it and making sure they're behind these ears, because you want it to function like this. You want it to have play and you want it to slide.
Okay.
And you're going to take it like it's one unit, put it right back into the gun. Make sure your rollers don't get caught. Just like that. Slide it in.
Interesting.
Slide it down past. Now once it's in, again, make sure it slides freely. It does. So you want to open it up. You want to make sure the bolt and the trip are separated slightly. Well, all the way, but right in the middle. Then you want to take your lower from us. It'll come exactly like this, pre-assembled.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure that the lever for the super safety is touching the hammer and the hammer is cocked. And then you want to just make sure that you're hooking that lip right there to the lip right here.
Wait, but isn't that the serialized part of the MP5? Aren't you're basically just 4473ing a whole new gun?
Just like that.
Okay, not a whole new gun, but you know what I mean.
Make sure everything's seated. And then I like to look down there And you see the slip trip
I don't
and
see
not the
shit.
super safety lever. That's how you know that the slip trip is in the right position and it's behind the lever. Make sure everything's seated. And then again, I like to put my front pin in then. Don't be alarmed if you need to give your front pin a couple love taps. At the end of the day, the MP5s are individually welded and their fitments are different than anything else. It's whether it's off by a nanometer or a full millimeter, it's all gonna work fine. Don't stress about it too much. So for the full size, with the bolt, you do need to install the buffer, which will be pre-included. All you wanna do is take your recoil spring, slip it over top, just like that. It's gonna be free floating in there. It might be hard to put on, might not be. Doesn't really matter. Like I said, it's all gonna function the same. And then you're just gonna pop your brace back on. I'm gonna pause the video here because I'm gonna give it a couple love taps, make sure it sits right, and then I'll pick it back up when I'm putting the pin in. Once you get your brace back on, just gonna pop that rear pin in. Again, it might need a couple love taps just to get it in. Don't be afraid. It's a gun at the end of the day. There you go. All installed, so now we're gonna function test it.
All right, let's see how that. That's gonna work.
There. Put it in the middle position, which is the super safe mode.
Wait, so it's a super. Wait, it does say that it's a super
Trigger should
safety.
move forward while it's
I'm
racking
ignorant.
back, and the hammer should drop when it comes home, which it does. Make sure semi works.
I don't like the push through bar safeties. I'll be real. I'm not a fan of the design. First of all, okay, this one doesn't have the issue that I have with it, but to put it into an AR platform, apparently they're making a trip bar for the MCX, and I still think you need to mangle your trigger for that. And I just don't like the vibes of the crossbar. It doesn't seem to be something that you can reliably manipulate with one hand.
Familiar with the fact that Japan is the promised land of harassment. For example, power harassment has been a problem in most Japanese workplaces for decades. This is when people above you in the hierarchy abuse their power and make your work life a living hell. And we also all know that sexual harassment is something that almost every woman in here sadly has to go through multiple times.
Here, only in Japan, definitely not in Germany or other countries that have been culturally enriched recently. This is exclusively a Japanese problem.
But now, Japan is facing a new problem. Or I guess it's been here for a long time, but now people are talking about it, and finally, the government is setting up a task force to combat against what Japanese call customer harassment, better known locally as kasuhara. Here in Japan,
Oh, of course it's occurred. I wonder how
the
that
customer
happened.
is always right, to such a degree that to me at least, it's very awkward. The people who are working here are expected to put on a metaphorical mask and be on their best behavior when they are working. To some extent,
The Euro mind cannot comprehend good customer service.
it's great that you usually get great service, but then again, at times, I wish I could talk to a human being instead of someone who is acting like a robot. As
Dude, they're at work. Fuck off.
an example, the last time I moved, I had this agent helping me find a new place to live. Anytime I said anything to him, all he would reply with was like, "Oh, Mr. Bhaktis, you are so interesting, your stories are so fascinating, you're the best person ever." To which of course I was just like, the fuck? You're expected to serve the customer like a king in here, and it's pretty nice to get the treatment in supermarkets and restaurants. But then there are situations, like if I go to a repair shop, where I'd like them to level with me and talk to me normally, so that we can figure out what's the best for me. I think we can all agree that you can give good customer service without constantly kissing the ass of the customer. Because the customer service people have to act like this way.
Ah, yes, and that's why you're a seething YouTuber whose most interesting personality trait is living in Japan. Okay, gotcha.
Japan, there are many Japanese who have started abusing this fact in order to act like complete dickheads.
Again, it must be an exclusively Japanese issue. It doesn't happen anywhere else.
いやでも店終わってからそうやって店のもの投げたりとかそんな能書きをやられてんだいやいやいや
Well, listen, for one, this is Osaka. I can clearly hear that this is Osaka.
能書きとかじゃなくてうちのスタッフに手出したりとかね店のもの投げたりとかいやビールは出せないっすってもう店終わりましたもん
Oh no. A grumpy a grumpy old man is grumpy and a nuisance.
なんでですねお客さんだってこう投げたじゃないですかいやわからなくないですよいや
He's just a drunk fucking old man.
いっす投げてったら
I'm not saying that the staff is giving an inadequate reaction. I'm not sure why this is featured in the video.
ことは間違いないんで
だから何したってよ
いっす投げてったじゃないですか
In general, people in customer service are expected to just take any abuse they get, keep their head down, apologize constantly, and act like they're in the wrong even if they aren't.
I mean, not really just in customer service. That's generally the default reaction to anything happening. They also have the option of calling the cops.
People like this are easy targets and punching bags for all the Japanese Karens. I'm not saying bad customers don't exist in other countries, but it feels like it's the national sport in here. And what's worse, these people who are working overtime.
Is it really a national sport or is it an international sport, mostly performed by imported athletes?
Time in minimum wage jobs are just expected to take it, and even their bosses won't step up and tell the customer to leave. Instead, they end up just bowing down to the customer, like in this situation where the manager has to join the young workers in apologizing for the shouting customer. Kasuhara is something you see pretty often, and many times before even this current crackdown.
You see very often? I have not a single time seen anyone making a scene in Japan. I've seen urban Karens cause scenes multiple times. I've seen Kasuhara performed multiple times during my time in Europe. I've seen that. In the... oh god, how long has it been? In the 14 years that I've been traveling to Japan, I don't think I've ever encountered someone causing a scene at a customer service location in Japan.
Down. Whenever people have brought up the topic of Japan being the mecca of politeness to me, I've talked to them exactly about this problem.
Okay, but how is that? And that's not a Japanese man, by the way. He can barely speak Japanese. He's asking for something that he's not supposed to have. They're not breaking the rules, and he is angry about that. It is a Kurdish man having a chimp out at staff at a 7-Eleven during peak COVID, based on the accoutrements. That's not what he said, but never mind. That's not what he's saying.
So many times I've seen this, and it's always incredibly awkward to try and eat in a restaurant when some old guy is shouting to the young waitress next to your ear. Every time I see it, I fantasize about how I would tell them to shut up, and then the whole restaurant would stand up and clap. But the fact is, as a gaijin, I'm a second-class
He shouldn't be there in the first place. Exactly.
citizen in Japan, and a filthy foreigner like me telling a proud Japanese old man to shut up would only make things worse. So why do the people do this? Well, Japan is a hierarchical society with lots of problems, and it's a never-ending cycle. At some point,
European moves to a country for some reason, probably because it has a higher standard of living than his own, And his first reaction is, "You're living wrong and you have problems. You must be like us. You must be miserable and long-housed like the proud Europeans where nothing bad ever happens."
Point, you get harassed by your boss or by your customers, and then you pay it forward whenever you get the chance. Because there are no repercussions to you, and no matter how
Again, that's not a Japanese man.
much you berate them, they will just keep their head down and apologize. But that's kind of going too deep. The simple fact is that these people are assholes. Sure, the reason they probably do this is because they have issues in their lives and they are spreading their own misery to people around them who are willing to take their abuse. But that is not an excuse to be a dickhead. Customers
Sure.
abusing their power is a problem that Japan has had for a while, and now finally the government is trying to fight against it. The plan from Tokyo Metropolitan
Well, if the government is trying to fight against it, then I'm more than certain that nothing ever happens.
government is to establish the first customer harassment prevention regulation. I just don't know how much gathering a think tank and spending millions of dollars on posters and advertisement telling people to not be Karens is going to help.
I don't think it's going to help at all. Oh god, I really want to leave a comment. Did anyone notice? In Singapore. So no one notices. No one notices. Okay, I'm gonna go notice in my own time. But I definitely want to do some noticing in the comments. Because no one seems to be noticing. Okay, so, known urban scholar Flavor Flav says that the US must ban firearms now in his Newsweek magazine opinion column. I am going to delegate reading this to Colion Noir. Because if I have to try to read this again while also commentating on it on a live stream, I am very likely to just drop a hard R neighbor. I'll be completely transparent. So I'm gonna ask a brother to cover for me here. Because it is horrific. The man can barely speak, much less write. So let's see what Flavor Flav has to say about newly graduated constitutional scholar Flavor Flav shares his take on the Second Amendment. Might find a small glow. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Boy Flavor Flav just penned an op-ed for Newsweek where he said we need to ban all of the guns in the country.
Although based on the way that the dude speaks, I kind of doubt that he can write. I assume he just said it and then some poor intern at Newsweek had to had to write that shit down.
Yeah, he said that shit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through point for point and point out and rebuttal this bullshit because none of it makes any sense.
Thank you, sir.
You know, this gun control thing, to you know what I'm saying, to be under control, you know, because right now gun control is out of control.
Look at this fucking Muppet. He's unable to finish a sentence.
You know, guns are falling into the wrong hands of the wrong
You dress like you're a 4-year-old with an Obsidian credit card.
people.
I hate when people act like criminals having guns hasn't been around since guns were invented. Ever since guns were created, people who weren't supposed to have them still had them. Who exactly are these wrong hands? People love to talk in these vague talking points, falling into the wrong hands.
Wasn't, to be fair, Flavor Flav hasn't had a concrete talking point, well, probably ever.
Guns aren't magically falling into criminals' hands like Oprah flying around on a magical Goku cloud, dropping off guns to criminals. Criminals actively seek out guns illegally because that's what criminals do.
They also steal them a lot.
Gun laws in this country have been getting stronger and stronger since guns have existed. Yet gun violence remains consistent. Why? Because criminals don't follow laws.
Well, actually, there was a spike in violent crime right after the NFA was passed, but after that, it's been steadily declining. We live in an age of a steady decline of violent crime, especially after the 93, or was it the 98? I think it was the 98 assault weapons ban has been sunset. and it has had no material effect on violent crime.
How many times do we have to say this tired ass line before you people get it? Guns don't make people criminals. Criminals use guns to commit crimes. Let's stop regurgitating these empty talking points and look at what's really happening here.
I'm not saying to totally ban guns. I mean, you know, come on, policemen, they need guns to do their jobs.
So the guy responsible for the song Fight the Power is now saying only the people in power, the government, should have guns. You can't make up this level of buffoonish irony. This complete 180 is insane. Just because
Reminder that musicians, actors, and other creatives are not real people, and none of their opinions matter.
you've gotten older doesn't mean the government you warned us about suddenly became trustworthy. The Second Amendment exists because governments can become tyrannical. Citizens still need protection. This flip-flop is insane.
All of these school shootings that's going on right now. Look at these massive shootings that happened this week or already in the United States. You know what I'm saying? And in Chicago, 18 people getting shot.
Typically, before someone commits a violent felony, such as a shooting, they'll be booked at least 3 separate times on lesser charges, and then let go back into the population. Who would have thought? Hey there, No Terry. It's still amazing how Ice-T is still the only rapper with a single brain cell. Yeah, that seems to track. I mean, Snoop Dogg seems to be intelligent enough to stay out of trouble, so props to him for that. How are you doing today, No Terry?
You know what I'm saying?
I just remembered that your old VIP status was lost with your previous account.
It's a disgrace to the race. You know what I'm saying? For real. And I mean, you know, all of this needs to come to a stop.
School shootings are tragic. No one argues otherwise. But statistically, they're a tiny fraction of gun violence. Over 50%
You got back into squad and it's still fun? I don't know. What do you mean you got back into squad?
of gun deaths in America are self-deletions.
Oh, let's see. That wonderful, my brother in Christ, you have an editor. Could you not have come up with a better infographic than the default? Okay, fine. It's not the default. It's like the number 3 color preset in Excel spreadsheets. Okay, so self-deletion, so not self-defense. So 60% is suicides, homicides, non-school, squads, Milsim PvP shooty shoots. I see. Okay, well, it's nice to see that you're having fun. Law enforcement's undetermined. Is there any... What is the self-defense component of this?
It's not mass shootings. And what happened in Chicago...
Oh, this is specifically gun violence. Okay.
That's...
Hey there, Project. Oh, fuck. And I killed my own camera. Just a second. Let me try to re-engage that real quick. And I wonder, why am I not getting as much face tracking as I'm used to getting? Okay, let's see. And re-engage that. It's going to start up eventually. How's it going, Project? I took a look. I took a bigger look at the note patch and patch notes rather, and here's the thing. It's not tragically bad. It's just too little, too late. It's like meh. Main Man is currently on tour doing the apologia for Fakum Ram not being broken as he was in Tekken 7, which is, like, it's nice, but like, normally on a new patch, I would be hyped to go and, I don't know, maybe grind the new battle pass and do something with it. I just don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I don't want to expend the time of day to play that game right now, because it's like everything inside of it is designed for other people to have fun at my expense and not the people who deserve it. Fuck is slow and super easy to sidestep. That's great. Make the rest of the cast that way, please.
Gang-related violence, not random mass shootings.
But also fucking stance mix-ups. He still has that shit. and heat is still a thing because he still has his fucking install in heat, so he can still fucking wombo combo you with a guard break into a guaranteed unreactable mix-up. I think you can fuzzy guard it, but still.
These two distinct types of violence solves nothing. It only muddies the waters. We need to address root problems, not blame law-abiding gun owners. We have over 400 million guns in America. Banning them isn't gonna magically solve anything. We must address the real underlying issues. But the reason why you say stuff like this is because you're just regurgitating the same shit the media tells you to regurgitate over and over and over and over again. And we all know how slanted the media is on this issue. Speaking of which, I want to talk to you about today's sponsor, Ground News.
Yeah, we watched the sponsor
Ground News
because we're
isn't
stealing
like
a
the
video.
usual news apps that just shove whatever biased headline they want in your face. Instead, they show you how different news sources are covering the same story. So you can actually see the bias in real time. With Ground News blind spot feature, you can literally see what stories are being ignored by the left and the right. So if one side refuses to cover a major event, you'll know. Their bias distribution tool shows you whether an article is leaning left, right, or centrist. So you're not just swallowing whatever narrative the media wants to push. And the best part, their Google Chrome extension lets you instantly compare.
See, I'm sorry, but there's no way in hell I'm paying for a subscription service to tell me how to read the news. Like, I'm capable of looking up conflicting coverage of events that are happening.
Compare headlines across different sources while you're browsing the web.
It's a nice
so next
grift.
time you see
It's a good way to cut down on time if you're very, very busy
a news story, you can check if it's being spun
and not terminally online like me.
differently somewhere else. Like when two people tell you a story and one of them makes themselves out to be the hero and the other one makes himself out to be the hero, and then you find out what really happened and none of them were the hero. Look, don't just take my word for it. Go to ground.news/Coleon to subscribe. If you use my link, you'll get 40% off of the Vantage subscription, which gives you
40%
unlimited
off.
access to all of these features. By subscribing, you're getting a better way to read the news, and you're also supporting my work directly. Again, that's ground.news/Coleon. Click the link in the description, subscribe, and start seeing both sides of the news.
40% off is great. However, it's not as great as the 50% off and free shipping that you get with using my link to buy your first subscription to Factor. Did you see that seamless segue? You probably didn't see it coming. Well, yeah, we're going to be running this for the next month. Yes, I took a Factor sponsorship. Thank you very much. It helps support the stream. It's a great way to structure your eating, because structured eating is how you actually take control over your nutrition and your workouts. Because full transparency, it's nice when I get to talk about things I do, but I also try to bring you tools and services that are also going to be effective. So just you wait until I get that Whoop affiliate link. We're all going to be hooked up.
Back in the days, yes, I used to be in gangs and all of that stuff. We used to all have guns, and it was a peer pressure thing, at the time, you know what I'm saying, and the whole nine.
Peer pressure thing. Where were the fathers?
And I wasn't a legal gun owner. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't
Okay, so why the fuck are you talking about things legal gun owners can't and can't do?
a legal gun owner. None of us was legal gun owners. So guns was in the wrong hands. And even my hand was the wrong hands at the time.
Exactly my point. Bro, that's great that you've turned your life around. I'm not a gang member though. I'm not a criminal. I'm just a regular citizen who wants a firearm to protect himself against those type of people.
Dude, is he just salty? Is he just salty that he was a retard and he caught a felony so he can't own guns? So now he thinks that none of us can have guns now?
Just because you had a bad past doesn't give you the right to project your insecurities onto me or anyone else. If you have a problem with illegal guns, go talk to the criminals with illegal guns, not responsible citizens who have done nothing wrong and own their guns legally.
Things are really, really getting out of control, where even kids are going into their parents' rooms. They're taking their parents' guns to school, and they're
Yeah, that sounds like a parenting issue. I got nothing to do with that shit, and it shouldn't affect me.
and they're doing these massive school shootings. You know what I'm saying? In the whole nine. I mean,
The fuck is a whole nine? What the fuck are you talking about, you senile old fogey?
There's
You don't know what you're
I
talking
mean,
about. I mean, he can't complete a fucking sentence. Why are we listening to him?
it's got to stop.
Look, there's no epidemic of kids stealing their parents' guns for mass shootings. Yes, it's tragic when it happens, but it's rare. You don't solve isolated incidents by banning everyone's
Do we want to do a physiognomy check on the kids that do that? Because we're going to come to some very unflattering conclusions over there about certain communities.
guns. It's about education and teaching safe storage. Treating everyone's kids like a potential mass shooter isn't realistic, nor is it fair. Promote responsible firearm education instead of pushing sweeping gun bans.
Sorry, I'm completely distracted by the fact that I see I see my mutuals logging on Steam to play Uma Musume. I'm not gonna call out who's doing that. But I see you. I see you logging on to play the gacha game. I see you playing the horse game.
And you'll actually see a difference.
The only way it's going to stop is if we put a ban on the people that are not legalized to have guns.
Oh, really? Oh, fantastic idea. Let me quickly go and do that. Oh, wait, we already have laws that do that.
Flav clearly doesn't understand the Second Amendment. It wasn't written just for some vague legal gun owners. It was written for the people, all citizens, to protect themselves, especially from the oppressive governments. The irony here is unbelievable. The guy is famous for fight the power, for crying out loud, and now wants only the government to have guns. What changed, Flav? Success? Money? Comfort?
Yes.
If the government turns tyrannical, your fame, your money, it won't save you. That's why we have the Second Amendment. So stop lecturing us about rights you clearly don't understand, man. Look, Flavor Flav has every right to his opinion, but
No, I disagree. I actually disagree. I don't think that anyone who's unable to complete a sentence should ever have their opinion heard.
spreading this kind of misinformation and undermining fundamental rights demands a strong response. Banning guns isn't the answer. Education, responsibility,
Dude is literally the 90s whitewashing of a minstrel show.
and enforcing existing laws, that's how you address gun violence. Let's focus on real solutions, not emotional reactions that strip away rights from responsible Americans.
Hell yeah, brother. All right, palate cleanser. Oh, right, there's a Mess Ayub video that I wanted to watch. I haven't watched this. Mess Ayub is generally a very good source of information because he's been, he's what? I forget what his, he's like a chief, not a chief, like he's like a specialist expert that gets called, a use of force expert that is frequently a witness in court, so, and I believe he is a lawyer by his primary training, so. Expert witness, that's the word I was looking for. He's a lawyer and expert witness, and, you know, the man has been there and he has seen the development of firearms technology and the development of best practices for firearms use cases, so it's interesting to hear what he has to say. Masad Ayub Group.
Hello, and
I wonder if he still does stuff with Wilson Combat.
welcome to Facts and Firearms. My name is Mas Ayub, and I'll be your host. As tradition demands, we hope you'll hit the like button, we hope you'll subscribe, and we hope you'll ring the bell for future notification. What we're going to talk about today is something that comes up a lot, particularly in the time of
You
constitutional
better like the
carry.
damn stream.
I'm going to advise, if you can, get the damn carry permit. Now, I've been around for quite a while.
Let's hear
you
'em
can
out.
see how old I am to look at me. Things have changed very much for the better in the last 40, 50 years. Back in, up until the mid-1980s, the majority of states were may issue as far as concealed carry permits. That is, it was the issuing authority had almost carte blanche to turn down or accept an applicant. And in a lot of places, may issue became a code word for we'll give you the permit to carry a gun to protect yourself and your family if you're white, male, rich, and politically connected. That started to change in the late 1980s. Now, prior to that, there had been some shell issue states, Washington State, for example, the state of New Hampshire. But when Florida passed a shell issue concealed carry law that was good throughout the entire state, it started the dominoes falling. And many, many other states went along with the same concept. Prior to that, there had been 7 states where there was no provision for the ordinary law-abiding citizen to ever carry a loaded concealed handgun in public to defend themselves and their family. Well, we've come a long way because today there are none. And frankly, before 2022 and the Supreme Court's decision on New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, most of the states had already become...
Florida let us gather the data and counter a lot of the bullshit. Yeah, Florida seems to be a forefront on a lot of very positive changes. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with them waiving property tax.
Shall issue, not may issue. By that time, every single state had some provision for a concealed carry permit. Now, let's look at permitless carry. The state of Vermont, for as long as anyone had been alive, was the only state until the 1990s where you weren't required to have a permit to carry a loaded concealed handgun in public. You were merely forbidden to do so if you were a convicted felon, had been adjudicated mentally incompetent, or, if I recall the words of the statute correctly, had malice in your heart. Now, today,
as it should be.
29, at the time of this recording, 29 of the 50 states have followed the Vermont model and allow their citizens, and in most of those states, the visitors, to carry a loaded concealed handgun so long as they're not a convicted felon, not mentally adjudicated, mentally incompetent, etc.
What's the majority of states that we need for a constitutional amendment? No, Terry, you don't remember? Is it 2/3 or... Because I feel like we're very close. What do we need? Like an extra 1-2 states to pass constitutional carry?
Now, having come a long way, I hear a lot of people say, well, gee, I don't need the permit. Well, perhaps in your state you don't. But you'll find there are still many states where if you're going to visit there, and you never know when an emergency with family or friends or a job opportunity will take you to a state you never expected to go to, you want to be legal. Now, reciprocity, right now we may be, as we make this recording in April of 2025, we may be on the cusp of finally having national reciprocity, something I, for one, have advocated for since the early 1990s.
Whatever happened to the national reciprocity bill? Because it kind of went up in smoke at some point. I never followed up because it was completely overshadowed by the budget reconciliation.
The reciprocity agreements historically have been done between attorneys general of the given states. They tended to be often arbitrary, often withdrawn without public notice. Case in point, the state of Nevada, which draws many people for vacations in Las Vegas, Reno, etc., and for conventions in those cities. And many people from, for example, the state of Florida, would go there every year and carry their gun to protect themselves because Las Vegas, for one, is a pretty high crime city. Well, Florida, about the time it hit 2 million permits, the issuing authority, which by then was the Department of Agriculture, said, hey, legislature, we're getting overwhelmed. And every 4 years, everybody with a permit has to renew. If you won't give us a bigger budget and more people, could you at least extend the permit to 5 years or something to take some of the burden off us? That won't cost you anything.
Mine
I said, yeah, we can do that.
In 28, I think.
Well, as soon as that happened, somebody in Nevada said, ooh, 5 years? No, we only recognize states that have our standards and we renew after 4 years. Florida will no longer be recognized. Anyone carrying a gun from Florida and Nevada had just been criminalized by that arbitrary fiat, which was never nationally published. No one knew. No one was warned. And later they flipped back, and honestly, I'd have to look to see where it is now. But that's the concern that we have with all this mishmash, this balkanization of gun permits. And it's like a 50-state, 50-piece patchwork quilt. National reciprocity is something devoutly to be hoped for. And I hear the critics say, well, national reciprocity, what good is that if the government can take it back? Well,
there's a difference when it's competing governments. So, for example, it would disable the Californian local government from preventing me to carry a firearm.
If they eventually kill national reciprocity, we're right back where we are now. So I don't see anything to lose there. Now, getting back to the carry permit, there's a phrase in America, he or she is a card-carrying good guy or gal. Well, where do you get the good guy card? One such is a permit to carry a loaded gun that says a governmental agency has checked you out and found you safe and competent to walk around in American society carrying a loaded gun. Now, one of the things that we found is that when private citizens are pulled over by the police, in many states they are required by law to notify the officers if they're armed and if they have the permit. In many of those states, they cross-reference between the Department of Motor Vehicles and the police. And when the police run a record check on your driver's license, it'll show up, or on your registration rather, it'll show up that this vehicle is registered to someone licensed to carry a gun. When the person follows our advice and when they're pulled over, it advises the officer, certainly, I'll give you my driver's license, etc. By the way, I'm legal to carry. I do have it on. Tell me what you want me to do. The overwhelming majority of the time, the officers appreciate it because they recognize card-carrying good guy. It's a handy thing to have. Not having it can also get you in trouble.
Unless it's a female officer, in which case you'll just get scared and shoot you.
Let's look at some cases that I've written about fairly recently. New York City, 1980s. Many of you watching this will remember the case of Bernard Goetz. Goetz was a privately self-employed electronics technician. He had been mugged and savagely beaten. The people who mugged him were bailed out before he'd finished making a statement to the police. He applied for a concealed carry permit in New York City, which was historically very much in the May issue, and you got to be, a friend of the mayor or something like that. And his permit was routinely denied. Now, under New York Penal Code 265, the issuing authorities were authorized to create their own criteria for issuing carry permits. One in New York City was that the applicant routinely have $5,000 worth of cash or negotiable securities or something like that on their person. Goetz actually did, because he often had $5,000 in cash to qualify for cash and carry discounts for his electronic components, but he was routinely denied. He had just been savagely beaten, and he felt, all right, they're telling me I don't need a permit. This
Common
pain
New
in
York
my
moment.
ribs where I got stomped tells me I do. And he committed what he probably considered to be a willful civil disobedience by carrying a gun. The time came when he was surrounded by 4 young men in a subway, all 4 of whom later admitted, yeah, it was a robbery. And when one of them demanded $5 to start, Goetz said, yes, I have $5 for each of you. Drew his pistol and opened fire. Shot each of them once, 5 shots Smith & Wesson, and 1 shot went wild into the ceiling. He fled, and by the time he turned himself into police...
Why did he turn himself in?
They had called him the subway vigilante gunman. Interestingly, once he went to trial, he was found not guilty of the shootings. There have been 4 against 1. Although he didn't know it, they had been armed with screwdrivers. There was disparity of force. He had experienced a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm. He was acquitted for the shooting, but He was found guilty of illegally carrying the gun, which was a felony at that, and still is in New York City.
So it's just ragingly retarded legal application, honestly.
And at that time required a minimum mandatory.
The law is basically only rich people can be allowed to have guns on them. It's not just rich people. See, I would have had more compassion if it were just rich people. I'm kidding. I'm almost kidding. Just, people who make more than 70 grand a year. But I mean, it's the political connection that's required that I'm not particularly happy. It breeds a certain cronyism about these issuing authorities.
Sentence of a year in prison, leaving him a convicted felon for the rest of his life. Had he simply gone to one of the several attorneys in the city at that time who made part of their practice getting permits for people, he probably would have got the permit and probably would not have become a convicted felon. Another case that I worked on in Florida many years ago, Florida versus Thomas Naeem Watkins. Naeem was his Muslim name, and I wrote his story up in Combat Handguns recently, and honestly, his was a story.
You don't bet probably in places like New York and California. No, that's fair, yeah. I mean, listen, he's a lawyer, he's giving legal advice, and it's the correct legal advice of, when possible, procure a permit. If the place that you are currently in is unfriendly to gun owners, leaving is probably your best long-term strategy. I hear people coping with but my inconvenience, especially in this day and age when every fucking one works remote anyway. But but it's less convenient to speak to family and friends, but is it more convenient to be mugged or stabbed and not have even the baseline right to defend yourself? Don't root yourself in a place that doesn't want you to survive versus their preferred client groups.
That I think belonged in Reader's Digest. This was a kid born to a single mom, poverty-stricken, in the ghetto in, I want to say, Oakland, California.
Oh.
The mom did the best she could to get her kids out of that dangerous environment. But by the time she did, Naeem had been robbed on the street. He had been beaten. He had lost one or two fingers when he tried to intervene to protect a woman who was being attacked, and the attacker slashed him with a knife. The mom was able to get the family as far as public housing in Tampa, Florida.
I mean, Tampa, Florida is already a significant improvement over fucking Oakland.
This kid was working multiple jobs, deeply religious in the black Muslim faith. Had taken Naeem as his Muslim name, gave money to his mom.
Sorry, I would have denaturalized him just on those grounds.
And after everything that he'd been through, he figures,
I'm swilling that haterade today, aren't I?
need a gun to protect myself. Now, this was Florida. The kid had a clean record. By the early 1990s, when this happened, he was eligible for that shell-issue concealed carry permit. But at the time, it cost something like $167, $168. He felt he could budget $300, and he spent that money on a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol. He said later, he figured, well, nobody's ever going to know I've got the gun, and if I ever need it, getting killed without it is a whole lot worse than getting arrested for having it. The day came when he and his attractive young girlfriend were attacked by an extremely violent, muscle-bound guy. And Naeem was a physically small guy who looked about 15 years old, though he was early 20s. And Naeem had to shoot the guy 5 times to get the guy off him, from which the guy died. He wound up being convicted. We found out later from one of the jurors that a big part of the fact was that he had not had the carry permit. Now, $300 in the early 90s, that was the time when you could go into a pawn shop or a gun shop and for $100 get a good Smith & Wesson or Ruger 38 Special revolver that had been traded in by the police department for a semi-automatic pistol, and a box of good hollow point ammunition, and the carry permit. He spent his money unwisely. The jury convicted him, and one of the jurors purportedly said afterwards, when asked, why did you convict when it looked like self-defense? Said, look, he was a black guy in the ghetto committing a felony, killed another black felon. He had to be guilty of something. And quite apart from the overt racism, that tells you how the jury might see a person carrying a gun without a permit in a place where it's a felony to do so. Okay, the third case that I'll mention.
I'd say the main takeaway here is do not commit felonies, do not post your felonies online, do not glow, and don't be retarded.
One of my graduates, Bob Tessitore. State was Commonwealth of Massachusetts v. Tessitore. Bob had a concealed carry permit in Rhode Island, which actually is even stricter on the May issue back then than Massachusetts was. After he took my class, when I told him, look, any place you go, for heaven's sake, get a permit. Back in the old days, you could get non-resident concealed carry permits for all 6 of the New England states, including Massachusetts. Had to jump through some hoops, but you could do it. He said because it was so expensive and required so many visits to the state police in Framingham that he kept the application on his desk and never filled it out. The time came when he had to go to Fall River, Massachusetts, because a dear friend and mentor of his had been diagnosed with a very rapidly advancing terminal cancer. And Bob himself had just had major surgery and was having difficulty with that. As he drove up, running a little bit late to get to his friend's house to bring food and such, he forgot that one day that he was carrying the Glock 23 pistol he was licensed to carry. And in a benevolent coincidence, it saved his life when he was attacked by a violent man with a knife. Bob wound up being convicted of manslaughter, a trial in Massachusetts, but convicted for the illegal carrying of the gun. Another state where it's a 1-year minimum mandatory penalty. He was prima facie guilty. It was what we called malum prohibitum versus malum in se. In legal terminologies, malum prohibitum means it's against the law because we passed a law against it. Malum in se means it's against the law because it's evil in and of itself. Murder, theft, rape are all malum in se crimes. The malum prohibitum is kind of like the old blue laws that said you can buy whiskey on Saturday but not on Sunday. Well, he wound up with a year in jail and convicted felon because he had not spent the low 3 figures for the concealed carry permit. It's not fair, but that's how it works. I want you to imagine 4 quadruplets growing to adulthood, all becoming professional men. And we'll say they like to get together once a year, and all of them have the ethos that they're going to carry a gun to protect themselves and their loved ones. And each of them is legal to do so where they live. One lives in New York City and has a New York City carry permit. One lives in upstate New York in Buffalo. One lives in Vermont, and one lives in Massachusetts. Well, they all get together in New York City, and as they're driving to the restaurant, they're hit by a bus, and they're all knocked unconscious. When they get to the hospital, the guns are found on each of them. Now, they're all honest, upstanding citizens, licensed where they live, they're legal where they live to be armed, committing no crime whatsoever, but malum prohibitum, the guns. The one who lives in New York City will probably, as soon as he's out of the hospital, get his gun back from the NYPD, and some nice cop will probably say, I hope you feel better, sir, sorry about the accident. The one in Buffalo will probably be charged. He will never see his gun again. From what I've been hearing, the judges in New York City aren't too thrilled with the fact that New York City does not recognize permits from elsewhere in the state. And elsewhere in the state, all the other issuing authorities tell the applicant or the holder of the permit they can't carry in New York City.
That is actually stupid. That is asinine. That is a subversion of the supremacy clause. What the fuck?
So they'll probably hold that, if you get a merciful judge, he'll probably hold that complaint for a year and then dismiss it. But the quadruplet from Buffalo will never get his gun back and will probably never have another concealed carry permit from the Buffalo police. The one from Massachusetts will be absolutely, because no other permits are recognized in the state of New York, will be arrested and will face the full fine and the full minimum mandatory and will end up as a convicted felon, as will the one from bordering Vermont, where there is no permit to be reciprocal, even if New York would have recognized it. Okay. When I hear melon prohibitum, one synonym might be chicken shit. But I'm starting to get on the soapbox here. That's the situation. It's why I strongly advise get the permit. Get the permit. If you live in a state next to you that doesn't have constitutional carry and doesn't recognize the permit in your state, see if you can get a non-resident permit from there. I know it's chicken shit, but we have to face the facts. It's not about how we want things to be. It's about recognizing how things are.
I agree with this completely. I am a licensed, I have my license to carry in Texas, even though I don't really need one. But I think it's better to have it, especially since, you know, I have reciprocity with places like Nevada and Florida with it. And realistically, any other state where you are frequent, it would behoove you to have at least a non-resident permit. Like the moment California comes up with a process for non-resident permits, you better fucking bet I'm getting one. I will do it just out of spite, unless we get federal reciprocity. All right. So, I found this while I was browsing. It was in my recommended bar. It offended me with how profoundly dumb the framing was. So now I shall inflict this. How should I put this? This is the best possible proof that people should be gatekept from Japan and all things that relate to it, because they are uncultured, uneducated, and retarded. Very, very high expectations from Cali. Well, no, I think they... Okay, let's quickly look this up. Non-resident carry permit, CA. California now allows non-residents to apply for concealed carry weapon permits under certain conditions, specifically if they are a member of one of the four specified pro-gun organizations and intends to spend time in California within the next 12 months. Eligibility. So yeah, all you have to be is a member of the California Rifle and Pistol Association, GOA, Gun Owners of California, or the Second Amendment Foundation. There you go. Oh, fuck. I guess I'm going to have to give money to GOA, aren't I? I mean, GOA is a good organization. I just don't want to spend money, but I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Apparently I fit the bill now, so I may as well do it. But yeah, I watched like the first 3 minutes and I found this video offensively retarded, so I decided that I'm gonna rip it apart and then post the response video in the comments.
Samurai. Perhaps the samurai. Perhaps one of the strongest symbols of strength, courage, and Japan itself. These warriors were feared on any battlefield. They destroyed any foe they encountered, and even when greatly outnumbered.
I mean, what if their foe is also a samurai? Aren't they technically destroying each other?
They were prepared to die for what they believed in, for the honor of their name and for their country. But through radical modernization, much of history has been forgotten.
It actually hasn't. Japan is very good at conserving and retaining history. They have a very good and very granular record of their history going back to the Yayoi period.
Samurai has become little more than a symbol, a character in a textbook.
Well, no, samurai was a social caste that actually has retained a lot of its relevance in the modern days. It's just that it's no longer codified as an actual caste with different rights to the rest of society. It has now more to do with hereditary familial prestige of certain noble families.
a scene in a Hollywood film. Today, the samurais have dwindled to just a few, and hidden on a forgotten island in Japan is one of them. I don't know what I'll find, but I do know this.
Dwindled to just a few? My brother in Christ. The samurai, there are a lot of surviving samurai clans and offshoot samurai families. You're aware. Well, okay, fine. He's probably not. He doesn't know shit about fuck. But just so that for those of you not aware, the majority of major industrial conglomerates were founded and are still majority owned by samurai families. Japan has always been good about hereditary record keeping. Yes, exactly. Not only record keeping, they've also been very good about maintaining hereditary legacies. Like, I'm sorry, but again, major industrial companies are still technically private companies owned by the families that have originally founded them. And a lot of them are, de facto, by strict definition, samurai families who have used those industrial companies, those industrial conglomerates, as a means of preserving familial wealth after the Meiji Constitution was passed and the Bosen Rebellion had lost.
I want to discover what remains of this Japanese legend and to train under the sensei so I can understand what truly makes a samurai.
God, this is corny as all
This
shit.
is Tsushima Island, an island caught between two worlds, between Japan and Korea, and between modern life and a forgotten past. It's no coincidence Sensei lives here, because this isn't just any island. It was once a samurai stronghold and a battlefield.
You mean like every other major site in Japan? And apparently it's haunted? Tsushima is haunted? Oh, there's probably a number of legends about that, sure.
In 1274, Tsushima Island became the first line of defense against the Mongol Empire. A full-scale invasion, hundreds of ships, and
Also, check that shitty AI
against the
just a
Mongol
second.
Empire. A full-scale
What the fuck is that, my guy? Jesus, you cheap fucking bastard. Let's not even look at the physiology of the horses. That makes no sense. I see what you boo this man. God damn you. This is something a millennial white woman would watch. Oh yeah, this millennial white woman would lop this shit up, especially since there's not they wear the same head crests on both sides. Which side is supposed to be Mongolians? Oh, this is so corny. I guess the Mongolians are supposed to be the one using shields because samurais in the Muromachi period didn't prolifically use shields by that time. Why is he holding the sword backwards? You don't understand. He's delivering a mercy strike with the back of the sword, or he is so masterful that he wields a sakabata, a reverse sharpened blade. But so to correct the record here, Tsushima was not actually the first line of defense against the Mongolian invasion. The first line of defense against the Mongolian invasion was Kamikaze, or the Divine Winds, that blew their fucking fleet out of the water 2 times when they've tried invading. And the only Mongolian forces that actually made it to the island were ones that were not killed by the pirates in the water, and then so basically the only forces that made it of the Mongolian invading force that made it to Tsushima were the ones that survived the storms, the 2 storms, the Japanese pirates, and it was basically just a small splinter fleet.
Invasion, hundreds of ships and thousands of soldiers swarmed the beaches. The only thing that stood in their way were 80 brave samurais, outnumbered.
God, that is so horrible.
But not outmatched. They fought, and they fought, and all of them died. Not all stories have happy endings, but Japan held on and pushed out the invaders. But it wouldn't be that simple. Many years later, they would return again.
Yes, and they were swept up by the storm again.
But this time, the story was different. The word kamikaze means spirit of the wind.
Kamikaze, not kamakaze. Okay, fine. It's auto-generated subtitles.
And as the samurais of Tsushima held the Mongols out at sea, a great storm came and sent countless more running home. The blood of samurais
And he uses a fucking Hokusai painting for
can be
that.
found across this island, and so can their teachings.
It's almost become a distant memory of Japan. Luckily, there are still a few holding on to the traditions, and one of them is right there.
Hello? It's not like there's a Koryu dojo that teaches swordsmanship in basically every township in fucking Japan. It's not like Katori Shintoryu is the single largest Koryu style that is being taught across Japan. Never mind the regular gatherings. Ghost of Tsushima is more historically accurate than this? Yes, pretty much. This man is not beating the physiognomy check. He's at no, absolutely no shot.
Sensei Zen, good to see you.
Very grateful to be here.
Thank you very much. So excited.
The fuck is that cardigan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for so much coming. This is a special island.
When I arrived, I expected to see swords swinging, sharpened katanas clashing against armor. But what I found here,
It's a class of
swords swinging.
So it's a class of, what, 6 foreigners? One of them is currently taking a break and eating a sandwich?
Sharpened katanas clashing
You hate his writing, his script enrages you?
against armor. But
Good.
what I found here was completely different. The training was almost Zen-like, and the people learning from Sensei,
The training is also fucking incorrect.
they weren't Japanese. They came from everywhere. White, black, men, women.
Yeah, that's because this is not an actual formal swordsmanship school. This is not formal curriculum. What he is currently demonstrating is Torei-soku done incorrectly.
By the river, I watched them. They studied
What the fuck is that? Oh, I was not ready for the twirl. Oh god.
Sensei
Yeah, it's a tourist trap. It is just that. It is just a tourist trap. It is daycare for retards.
like his every breath had meaning. Some for weeks, and others for months. I couldn't help but wonder, what were they here to
Sensei's posture is not that of a man who is actually trained in swordsmanship or can fight, by the way.
learn?
He whips his shin out, hyperextending his knee, and he heel strikes as he walks. This reminds you of an infomercial promising to teach old people how to defend themselves with a cane. It's the same energy.
The answer,
But this is promising. It's promising. Oh God, what is it promising? It's promising to teach millennials how to be men with a registerable testosterone level.
didn't reveal itself immediately, but I had a few days to shadow Sensei. That night, we checked into a traditional Japanese home.
She's so cute. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is
You have women with you? Ew.
her actual home, and she opens it up for travelers, and I'm so happy right now. This is why you travel.
Just paper
Christ, every day, the jokes about disenfranchising women stop being jokes a little bit more.
walls, wooden floors with a mattress that sat on the ground, and a quiet I rarely hear.
Yeah. It's nice.
You wonder what that woman's opinion on the wage gap are? Probably incorrect ones.
We were greeted by the local family.
Okay, so this is basically just the bed and breakfast, which, you know what? Here's the thing. These people managed to make a good thing cringe and gay. Did you notice that? Like, in a vacuum, a Japanese homestay bed and breakfast is so fucking cool. But these people, just by the sheer force of their soy pogging, ruin it instantaneously. And this is what I mean when I say going to Japan is no longer cool. It's because of people like this. Fucking barely 100 IQ pedestrians.
Thank you.
Ocha.
Water.
Hot ocha. Oh, okay.
Yes. Me too.
That's not hot ocha. That's sumitai ocha. But never mind.
Nice. Good choice. Beer's a good choice. Yeah, every day. That's good.
He speaks Japanese. He speaks English at them as if they. Oh, this hurts my brain.
Keep the doctor away.
And quickly, I saw it was going to be a fun challenge to communicate. Naturally, we turned to the most advanced translator known to man, Google.
Oh, the pass.
So you're staying with a family who doesn't speak English, and you've not arranged and you've not prepared at all in any fucking way to communicate with them in the language. God, I hate these fucking people so much. I was not ready to experience such seething hatred over this. I thought I was just gonna look at some bad swordsmanship training. Can another storm sink them into the ocean as well? God, I hope.
魚の販売をしてました。日本各地へ。
So he made a living by selling fish.
Dinner became an adventure in gestures, guessing, voice commands, and you know what? Everything somehow made sense, and our dinner was full of laughter. There's a Japanese saying, Ishigo Ishi, and it means
Ichigo Ichie, you illiterate fucking pog. I am going to throw a fucking clot by the end of this video.
one life, one meeting. And really what it means is to appreciate every fleeting moment because it'll probably only happen once. That dinner, I'll never forget it. The next morning, we woke up before the light. Outside, the sky began to shift, soft orange spilling over the horizon. I guess that's why.
God, you pretentious fucking MiG-15. I'm gonna drop a gamer word by the end of this.
Why they call it the land of the rising sun. And there.
Because it's in the fucking east, you midwit. I need a set of junk dishes for a moment like this so I can hurl a piece at the wall. You're not wrong.
There they were, Sensei and his students training in silence as the sun rose and the winds blew through the field. No one spoke, no one filmed, except me.
Does he have a wait, well, hold the fuck. This Sensei Bullshito over there. Does he have a tattoo on his wrist?
Rose and the winds blew through the field. No.
Much traditional, very samurai.
No one spoke.
That's a fucking tattoo. They are actually in a fucking tourist trap, paying money. They're getting scammed. I don't even think it's by the Yakuza. That's the thing. I think he's just some pretentious fucking art professor who's running this racket for retards. You know what? Good shit, man. Get that bag. You bestow upon me the pass, sort of a demon. I'm not sure you have all of the passes for all of the words that I want to say. Get yourself a fucking Factor subscription with my link, by the way. 50% off and free shipping.
Spoke, no one filmed. Except me. I filmed everything. But from a very respectful distance.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Beautiful morning here in Tsushima Island. Right behind me here is what you'd see in a typical day with Sensei. He trains from about 6 a.m. right when the sun comes over those mountains all the way through till it basically goes back down.
That is cap, as the Zoomers say. There is no way that these people train for 12 hours. That is cock shit.
I have my moment to train with Sensei.
What the fuck?
All the way through till it basically goes back down.
I would have.
What the fuck is that?
Have my moment to train.
We was samurais and shit. The fuck are those clown bees? What is this fucking bootleg Goki reskin? Oh
Train with Sensei.
boy. If you showed up like that at the places where I trained, you'd get the fucking snot beaten out of you before you came back after shaving that yaya ass fucking hairdo and losing the fucking poser beads.
But for now, I was just here to observe and see what I could learn.
There is nothing to learn here. This is just bad. What's with the fucking leather gloves? What is this? That's also a very bad suburi, by the way. Like, the sensei is not teaching. I understand why he's not teaching them good stuff. First of all, they're incapable of accepting material, but I don't think he's a trained swordsman. I don't think he has any kind of direct transmission from a conventional school. That suburi is dog shit. Look at this. That's not how you're not. He's breaking his own posture. He's leaning into it. His sword has horrific over travel on a downward swing. That's not how a suburi is done.
After training, I had my moment to finally connect with Sensei, and I had to ask, what had happened to
How the fuck did you connect to him? You didn't participate in the training.
the samurais? And why was the central piece of Japan dying? Well, the answer was not what I expected.
We lose the war. After the atomic bomb, around 9 years, samurai wisdom and technique, it was illegal.
He told me
That's that's not what happened.
that after World War II, the Americans didn't only drop a bomb, they banned the sword.
First of all, we dropped 2. Get it right. He fucking died inside when he romanizes samurai as plural. Well, that's fine. I don't nitpick at that. This makes you want to send him to Detroit on Juneteenth. Yeah.
And they banned the way of the samurai.
No, so what the MacArthur occupational government very specifically did is it went after organizations and bodies that were culpable in spreading a militarization message amongst the population. So basically centers that were in charge of spreading militarized pro-war education. I am a member of one of those censored organizations. But basically they were forced to restructure in a way, and they had to make a case of sort of legitimizing themselves. So some things were actually banned, such as bayonet fencing as a sport was banned for, I'm going to say, about 30 years. Kendo had to undergo a significant restructuring of its rule set, and realistically it mostly applied to changing the names of the English translations and the rules, and mainstream rules also did away with most of the weapon types, and they do not practice grappling in mainstream Kendo because the purpose was to shape it to be a sport so that the occupational government would allow it. Although most types of martial arts were actually fairly, they were permitted to continue. Karate was still perfectly intact. There was a limitation on hard sparring due to the occupational government, but that, I believe, didn't last longer than 5 years. Most swordsmanship schools have survived with no issue. Jiu-jitsu schools have survived with no issue, and a lot of them have a swordsmanship curriculum. All Iaido schools have survived just fine. Oyama Samichi was perfectly capable of transmitting and then fracturing the school into 3 different branches. Judo was just fine. There was not a blanket ban on practicing martial arts. I am sorry to tell you that.
Any martial arts tied to the samurai code were completely outlawed.
There is no written down samurai code.
The movements, the mindset, the spirit, all forbidden. But his father and his father's father, they refused to let it die.
Some families have some styles go under the ground keeping a training using a fan dance.
Yep.
This looks like dance, but it's a samurai movement. They are hiding the techniques.
At first, they trained using fans, disguising sword movements as a dance.
No. There is absolutely zero intersection between fan dancing and any style of swordsmanship. It just does not work like that. This is wasted money at work. Yeah. This is definitely worded to attract white women. Yeah.
It wasn't just tradition. It was resistance.
It was not resistance. It was just dancing with fans. It's a discipline predominantly practiced by women in the red light districts.
Now, this ban lasted 7 years. Doesn't sound like long, but it was long enough to have its impact. And now, with the modernization of Japan, a totally new set of cultural beliefs and traditions have taken over, leaving history by the wayside.
No, they did not leave history by the wayside. One of the largest, there are several conservation organizations that do nothing but record and conserve traditional mainland martial arts. By mainland, I mean Honshu martial arts, as opposed to Okinawan martial arts. There is the, oh god, what is it called? Koryu Bujutsu Kenkyukai, which is the Society for the Study of Old Styles of Martial Arts. And there is the Dainippon Koryu... God damn it, I forget the full name of it, but there's one, and then there's the Dainippon Butokukai, the Society for Martial Valor of Great Nippon, which was incidentally one of the organizations originally censored because it was a center for militaristic propaganda. Who would have thought that an organization predominantly run by disaffected samurai had had a part in the militarization of Japan? But no, they are still very much active. They are active organizations. If anything, Dainippon Budokokai is currently experiencing a renaissance because they have now been restored in their status of a publicly funded organization that is in the imperial favor. I know that because I was at the event of that organization when a member of the imperial family was present. They have primary use of like several landmarks in Kyoto. They have primary rights of use of like historical buildings for their headquarters and for their ceremonies. There's like a multi-hundred people. There's an annual event with several hundred people in attendance where all they do is do old martial arts, some of which predate the goddamn Meiji Constitution.
Today, the responsibility to keep the way of the samurai lives with Sensei Zen.
No, it very much does not. He's just a fucking dancer boy. Okay, I'm pulling it up. Let's see. Where's my Japina script? Come on, give me the moon runes. There we go. Oh, that's spicy. Just a second. Okay, let's see. Let's try to find a more or less recent video of the Butokukai stuff. Seeing a lot of unrelated organizations here. That's the Kodokan. We've watched one of the videos there 2 years ago. All you're saying is this is the kind of soy slop that half-wits who this is made of will appeal to. They would hate samurai for being entirely antithetical to Marxism. Okay, so this is the Old Japan Kendo Taikai. So this happens in the same weekend as the Butokusai, which is a large Embu demonstration by an organization that does nothing else but conserve and catalog old Japanese martial arts. This is the Kyu Butokuden, the historical Butokuden. This is what, 2 years ago, 2022. So this is recent. Wonder if I can find Butoku Sai. But totally lost, completely lost the history. What is this? 11 months ago. Oh, 大日本武道会。120度。Okay, so this is the Zenkoku Butokusai. So this is the annual internal Butokusai when you have representatives of different schools demonstrating their martial arts. And this is a channel for is this Musojiki then? I think this is Musojiki. This is Eishin Ryu. Yes, so this is a different branch of my school of swordsmanship. I guess they're only showing Eishin Ryu. Or yes, it's 6 minutes, so it's only going to be Eishin Ryu. The music is a little excessive. I prefer the somber silence that is usually present during these events. So usually the members of the Honbu are going to be sitting at the center of the floor. Not sure who the corners are. I can't quite make it out with this resolution. And basically, they're going to demonstrate their segments that they've prepared, so it's not like it's centralized. So you get the idea. This happens every year without fail. I think the only time this didn't happen was like during peak COVID in 2019 and 2020. That's it. Every other year, it still happens without fail. And these are, a lot of these people, by the way, are direct descendants of existing samurai families. Feeling like you're watching a 2012 fan film? Yeah, okay, listen, the music is corny. I will give you that. It's a little bit excessive. But the point stands. Like, I've been on this exact show floor, and I've participated in that exact demo of a different school of Eishin Ryu, but I did that 2 months ago. Oh, that's right. Shinto Ryu. Interesting. Second, I want to see what's going on over here.
Meta, how can I get my 2-year-old eat his breakfast?
He likes it when you make silly faces.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Okay, so this is a Daitoryu Aiki Jujutsu. Interesting. And this is from when? I see face masks outside. 1 year ago. Run bows in. With all the gripes you can have about Daitoryu is still a legitimate style. Sure, it has certain training scars to it, but still better than Aikido. So they're currently demonstrating Idori, so it's techniques that are start from the seated position. Now they're moving on to Tachiwaza. Wrist manipulation, Shiho Nage. That's a hard fucking floor to take falls on. I'm speaking from experience because I had to do that a number of times. I had to do break falls on that floor. It's not as bad as doing it on a completely hardwood floor because there is a little spring to the floorboards, but it's still less than pleasant. If you do break falls the way you're used to doing them on mats, you're gonna hurt yourself. Okay, so they're doing more Idori. This. Alright. Some Yokodori variant. And basically, like, every school that's sitting in the... So these are representatives of different dojos and different styles sitting in the bleachers over there, and they just basically take their turn on the floor and they go through sort of their base demonstrational curriculum. The point I'm making here is this is dog shit, and there's actually not a crisis of quote-unquote samurai culture. It's definitely not being preserved here.
My mission is okay, I have to keeping this tradition, spread this tradition all over the world, and how to connecting the next generation samurai wisdom and tradition. Samurai people is okay, they are top of the society. That's why their most important purpose okay, and not to fight. Always just keeping a peace and balance. This is most important way of thinking.
The sweater on his neck is a dead giveaway? Yeah.
Felt beyond lucky to have this moment with him. Now, before we could train, we were told there was one thing we had to do first, and that was climb.
Don't stick your fucking arms out of the car, you fucking mook.
Shirataki, the sacred mountain of Tsushima. Sensei wouldn't be joining us. This wasn't about technique or sword work.
Of course, he had more retards to fleece.
It was about presence, breath, and connecting with the island.
Oh no, we had to walk up a hill.
This trail brings you to what's considered to be one of the most sacred places in Tsushima Island, and also one of the tallest peaks. I was told you would feel an energy when you got here, and maybe it's a bit early, but it is absolutely energizing being here. But we gotta go before the
This is so offensively stupid, I can't.
rains get here.
From the start, the hike was no joke. What started off as a
I made that stupid guy didn't climb the mountain, he actually did it, yeah.
sweat turned to an endurance challenge. The incline got steeper and steeper, and the skies darkened.
Brother, that's a flat trail. You are walking through a predetermined trail. Barely, this is not... This is a less steep climb than even Mount Kurama, which is a nice, tempered, curated climb. I'm not even going to bring up the real hardcore shit like Mount Atago near Kyoto, which is like an actual wild overgrown mountain. Welcome to hiking, white man.
Japanese culture is fascinating. It's good to have guides.
It's so great to get that nothing burger statement that is actually completely devoid of any meaning or information. I'm so happy I was here to hear it. I'm going to claw my own fucking eyes out any minute now.
It's because I can tell you right now I would have blown right through this gate not knowing that you actually have to pay your respects first, because this is a tori. And it is a shrine.
No, the torii is not itself a shrine. A torii denotes the fact that you are entering hallowed ground.
Basically are representations of the deities, the spirits.
No, they're not. A torii gate is basically it's a signpost that you are entering temple grounds. That's it. That's all they do. They do not represent any specific spirits. This man doesn't know what tories were. He still doesn't. Yes, exactly.
Of Tsushima. And so, to pay your respects, Koki, can you show me one more time?
Two, Ray. 2. 1, 2.
You're not. Wait, no, you're not supposed. No, you're not supposed to. Is it disrespectful to hang someone from a torii? Yes, very much so. Please do that. Don't do that. You're not supposed to... Why are you doing the... Why are you doing the ritual that you're supposed to be doing in front of the altar in front of the torii? You're just supposed to bow in and enter. Who the fuck is this Japanese guy?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
And now?
This is what you do in front of the Honden. This is what you do when you walk up. You bow in. You bow in twice, actually. You bow twice. You clap your hands. You leave the donation in the saisenbako, and then you bow again. But you do that at the primary altar where the actual deity is being enshrined, not in front of the fucking front gate. I bet he's paying him $1,000 per day to do this.
Okay. No.
You're like Spider-Man.
Oh.
Okay, this is a little bit rough, but it's nice that they have these little ropies set up over there because they don't have those at Otago.
Spider Yamaguchi.
Spider Yamaguchi. Spider Yamaguchi.
And then it all came down. The rain.
I'm sorry, no climb that is defeated by a dainty white woman is even worth bragging about.
The kamikaze, or the spirit of the wind, came crashing down.
That's not what kamikaze means.
It was trying to wash us off this mountain.
Jesus Christ, I hope it did.
We slipped. And kind of laughed. And we questioned whether it was time to turn back, but we were so close.
Please fall, please fall, please fall.
One of the local guides told me, the mountain gives you what you need, not what you want. And maybe that's what this was. A test of presence and a moment to truly feel.
It was a test of below baseline fitness, my guy.
Everything around me. Hey, if you're enjoying this video, I've got just...
Holy shit, the fucking platitudes, I know. I am seething to death. I have to stop myself so hard from dropping a slur.
One small favor. It's completely free, and that is that you leave a like. It really means a lot to my team and I, and it helps us understand if we're making the right content for you.
I will not be giving you engagement. I will be dropping my react video in the comment underneath this video, and this is the most that you're getting out of me. This man has a live, laugh, love tattoo on his chest. No, on the small of his back.
All right, back to it.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
They don't know how, they haven't learned how to, they are incapable of memorizing Ohayo gozaimasu. They are that inept. They are such fucking incurable tourists.
Aww.
That is so cute.
He made it.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you.
Later that day, Sensei invited me to meet him at a sacred place, hidden away between trees, tories, and an enchanted footpath.
Everyone gets that picture, yes.
Was the White Mountain Temple.
Wait, hold the fuck.
Trees, tories, and an enchanted footpath.
See, that is an altar. This is where you bow in through the gate, you pass through the gate. There's a little steppy step over there. You bow. This one has a bell, so you don't clap, so you ring the little bell, and then you drop the saisenbako. You drop the donation, and then you make your wish. You wish dislikes were still visible. You can see. The bell is once or twice. Once. Well, you jiggle it around a little bit, so it's hard to separate whether it's one jiggle or two jiggle. It's not really regimented. But the jiggle replaces the clapping, basically. The purpose of the claps is to awaken and alert the resident deity to your presence and to your donation, wish, greeting, sort of whatever you're trying to communicate there. So normally the bell, unless specified otherwise, because sometimes there's going to be a bit of a different function to the bell, but normally the bell is going to replace the clapping.
Was the White Mountain Temple.
Where we've just entered is one of the most magical places I think I've ever seen. Little light leaks, purple flowers, a fairy tale in here.
He's a fucking videographer by trade, isn't he?
Today, my brief, but
he's definitely a lib arts major. I'm just trying to tell which ones. Probably photography.
hopefully meaningful training.
This man right here, dropped in excess of $50,000 for a photography degree.
The Sensei Zen begins.
There was a special feeling here. At the end of this walkway.
Yes, a special feeling found in pretty much any well-maintained temple in Japan, which is more than 10,000 of them. But go off, King.
There was an old wooden building with a slanted roof surrounded by a beautiful forest.
This area is behind this shrine. There's a small mountain, White Dragon Mountain. Local people believe and White Dragon is living there. Okay, that's why, okay, if go into the mountain, you have to die. That's why over 1,500 years, untouched.
Today was the day I would train under the ways of the samurai. Sensei handed me this clothing, and I was pretty excited to get dressed. He explained that before the sword, there must be silence.
How cheap is this outfit? It's probably a I can actually pull up a website where you can buy this. Tozando. Alright, let's see. Tozando. Let's go to the Shogoin store just for a good baseline reference. Tozando Shogoin store products. Yes, the culture of the samurai is so lost that you can buy the necessary equipment in like a store. Oh, they no longer use that. Okay, so their website is different now. Just a second. I keep forgetting that they separated out that storefront from the e-commerce one. All right, let's see. That's going to be an Iaido uniform, Iaido gi. So gis are going to be $50. That's a juban. Okay, so I have one of these. I forget which one I had. It's been a while since I bought it, but it's a basic tetron. It's like a breathable polyester, basically. Mine was, I think, like 7,000 yen, and yeah, like they run the gamut. So let's say 150 bucks. These are a little bit overpriced, if I'm being completely real. Slightly overpriced. There's probably a better priced one in the uniform sets. You mean the professor? You know, the white boy isn't wearing anything worth more than 100 bucks? No, I mean, see, he's like easily wearing about 250 bucks probably. 150. I think he has this. This is the basic Tetron set. So he's likely sporting something this. The sensei, well, there you go, Embu uniform. It's probably a tailored Monski, at least to a certain extent. So there you go, 500 bucks. Which is like, let's see. Deluxe polyester. Let's go ham. Gi color black, dogi sized. He looks like an Asian medium. Kimono sleeve, of course. Hakama size, what am I? I think I'm a 28, so he's probably like 25. Half a day of B&B rent for one person to ensure authenticity? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure. No extensions. Border tail embroidery, no thank you. Gikamon, yes. I think his are printed. Choose kamon. His are large. White. Position. Low neck, chest, and 2 sleeves. No embroidery on the hip. Print kamon. There you go. There's your total extra 150 bucks and the 500 for the tailoring job. So there you go. Like 500 bucks, slightly more expensive than a nice suit.
And in that silence, you must meet yourself. We sat.
The B&B there is probably a little bit more expensive, although with 3 people, I guess they're probably paying, depending on when this was filmed. This is 1 month ago, so they probably filmed it back in spring during peak season. I can easily see them dropping like probably about $100-200 a day for the B&B, and Sensei Scamalot over here is probably charging them at least $500 for filming per day.
Sat in silence, breathing, listening. Now my mind is always a bit of a chaotic mess, and when I'm quiet long enough, it gets even louder. But he led me through a meditation, and slowly the noises started to fall away. And that's when I started to realize this wouldn't be.
He's not sitting in Zazen correctly. He's not even instructing him on how to sit correctly. You hate everyone involved in this video, but you hate the narrator so much more. Listen, dude is just getting his bag. He's just fleecing retards. He is doing the Lord's work and separating low IQ people from their money.
Be a journey of swords and clashing armor. There was something deep.
Also, mind you, he is not wearing his attire correctly. He is technically being disrespectful to the temple because he is wearing a wife beater underneath a kimono, underneath a formal full sleeve, underneath a monsuki. You're not supposed to have that much skin showing. If you're in a formal environment, and a Buddhist temple is a formal environment, you are supposed to have a juban underneath that, a hadagi, which is like a white cotton shirt, and then you wear the monsuki over that, tightly, it should be tightened over you, not to show anything below the clavicle.
Deeper, and I think I was just beginning to feel it for myself. After our meditation, Sensei stood up, gestured for me to follow him. He began walking slowly through the temple while telling me the stories of this sacred place.
And we have, first education, we have to understand about how to die. Yeah, this is not negative meaning, because you know, and samurai people sometimes they have to do seppuku for the honor and for the responsibility, right? And samurai wife is also last moment emergency situation, they have to die.
He's demonstrating the incorrect ritual suicide for women, because women do not... Okay, let me roll that back. So the reason they cut the intestines, because the reason they cut across the stomach is because it is believed that the soul is contained in the tanden, in the getanden, to be very specific. Yes, exactly. Women perform jigai because women don't have souls. So they're supposed to slice their neck as opposed to slicing their stomach open.
They are not afraid about death. They are always very deep accept to the death. That's why automatically they are accept to the life.
Brother is just reciting the introduction to Hagakure. That is all he is doing right now. This man, brother, is blown away by someone citing to him like the entry-level reading to anyone looking into samurai culture.
Death and life, war and peace. Sensei told me that the way of the samurai is balance in all things. And in our modern world, I truly appreciate Sensei's traditional wisdoms. And one story that I thought...
What wisdoms? He gave you nothing in specific. All he's feeding you platitudes and quotes from a book that you can buy on Amazon for $10.
What was particularly fascinating.
Shrine is a womb. That's why it's a gate. It's described about the vagina. You have to bow and respect and go into the vagina. And okay, you go inside and so many like a bush here. It's described hair. And there's a water place. You have to wash. It's mean wet. And
none of these things are true. He's just... I'm sorry. I have to respect the bit. He is selling it so hard. Not even a shadow of a smile while he's bullshitting every word. That man has no internal reflection whatsoever, mental agility or mental discipline, or he just lacks... The dude making this video lacks critical thinking whatsoever.
This road,
He probably watches CNN and thinks it's news.
it is called sando in Japanese. This one, two rings. Okay, this is like a symbol of the man. No, the two ball,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And this is like a sorry, it's the penis.
Yeah.
And shaking. Okay.
Oh.
After that, through the coin.
Yeah.
It's explosion.
Oh, really?
And
Wow.
pray.
Yeah.
And okay, and go back, you
Yeah.
become a ribbon.
This is truly made for the millennial tourist.
Yeah, that's this concept of the womb.
This man could show him his shibari practice and convince him it's about chakra or some shit. Oh yeah, listen, I am pretty sure that if you let him go on for long enough, he's gonna convince the dude. He's gonna convince fucking culture bro over here to sit in the special spiritual cuck chair and watch while he explodes inside of his girlfriend.
Just outside the shrine, Sensei stopped suddenly and placed his hand on a tree. Its trunk was twisted, scarred, and if you looked up, it had an evil-looking presence. He called it the Goblin Tree.
If you pray to this tree and touch this tree eat your negative energy and darkness, right? That's why this looks like a goblin, right? But at the same time, this is a holy tree.
This is a place where you can leave what no longer serves you. All you need to do is place your hand on the tree. I didn't expect to.
You're not supposed to touch the shrine trees. You please stop touching the fucking tree. Actually use the word negative energy. Oh my god, he's done this so many fucking times. Of course. Listen, you saw his fucking classroom. This is the super premier double luxury retardation course. I bet he charged like an extra $2,000 just to do this.
Feel anything, but when I pressed my hand to the bark, something shifted. Maybe it was the storm still clinging to me, or the silence of the forest, but I felt something, and I felt lighter. He nodded to me as if I was finally ready.
You also... oh god.
Something, and I felt lighter. He nodded to me.
He's also wearing the hakama wrong. He has it belted up above his fucking navel. This is supposed to ride significantly lower. You are dressed like a child. Think this man has a website? You wonder what his rates are? He 100% has a website. 1000%. He probably has ins with some fucking tourist agency that hunts retards for him and feeds him fucking uneducated coastal liberals. Let's see. Okay, here's Tsushima. It's probably something like Samurai Experience. Komoda Beach. What is this? Why are we getting fucking screenshots? No, that's Samurai Ninja Experience. Hell yes. If we find a photo of this motherfucker, I am going to lose it. No, that's a different guy. The fucking Muslim Malaysians. Sorry. I don't mean to laugh. No, I do totally mean to laugh. Sorry, I lied. It has to be one of these. It has to be one of these Samurai Experiences. Like one of these has to be it. No, these are allowed to handle like even real swords. Not, I mean, these are probably not sharp, but still. Wait, I'm looking at Tokyo. Sorry about that. There has to be something here. Let's try to Google for it. Let's samurai training experience Tsushima. There has to be something. It has to be something. No, it has to have Tsushima. It doesn't necessarily. So the booking center isn't necessarily close to that. Goes to Tsushima Wiki. Tokyo Samurai Museum, Samurai Experience, Artist, Sword and Soul. Rocket Travel. Spiritual Kansai. It's probably different. There's a ton of these. They are legion. I'm telling you. 29,000. Yes, that's less. It's less than $250 right now. Tohoku. I'm not sure what province that's going to be. All right, I'm getting derailed. Let's finish watching the video.
Me, as if I was finally ready. Sensei handed me my sword. Well, it's kind of a big stick, but I didn't feel that way. As I gripped the hilt, I could feel my heartbeat in my hands. My stance, shaky, my breath, uneven, but underneath all this uncertainty was excitement. I mean, come on, this is a childhood dream come true. I just hoped I wouldn't screw it up.
Cardigan, exit from the mouse. Head, exit. Overhead, exit. Shoot! Go!
Groundbreaking training. He's receiving the secret of banging two sticks together. This man has never held a hammer in his entire life. Yeah.
After showing me the basics, Sensei stepped forward. This time, he wasn't holding the wooden stick. He's
actually holding a sword that's too short for his stature. That looks like fuck. That's like a 2.5 shaku sword. So entirely too short for his stature.
Holding his katana, forged with precision. I stepped back and watched.
I highly doubt that that's a forged katana. I've done this in your backyard. Yeah.
The master not only control his sword, but the world around him. Sensei moved.
So these are not real kata. This is these are Bugei moves. So this is basically a martial arts themed dance
with total control. Every step, every breath, intentional. You don't just watch something like that. You feel it. It wasn't just a weapon. This was an extension of him. What he showed me.
What's the timeline from introduction to Iaido class to actually getting to learn a strike? Well, you start Iaido class from... What do you mean a strike? Before you learn Nukiuchi, typically you're going to be introduced to the basic pattern of drawing and striking in your first lesson. Granted, you will likely be doing that with a wooden sword and a plastic scabbard first. Then it will probably depend on whether you're willing to drop some money on a zinc alloy model sword. Basically a replica sword that's just, reinforced to withstand training. So I would say lesson 1 is when you're learned to draw and strike. Lesson 1 is when you're taught to draw and strike.
Decades of discipline actually looks like. This trip,
none of those were real kata, by the way.
Truly felt poetic. From the storm, the stillness, the sword. But nothing could have prepared me for this.
Decades of something, yeah.
Sensei brought me back to the river where it all began. He didn't say much. He rolled out a massive piece of paper. He sat down and began a ritual. And after a long pause, he began to write. The same grace he held the blade, he moved the brush. He told me the sword and the brush are two of the same. The goal in these movements is not to think, but to be. To empty the mind completely so that all that remains is movement.
You know what? I'll have to give credit where credit is due. Dude is a pretty good calligraphist. It's hard to paint with a big brush. And so basically what he's doing, he's drawing an ofuda. He's definitely an arts professor. Yes, he's definitely he slays that art ho pussy.
Each stroke unplanned, and in that place between full control and complete surrender, that is where the samurai lives.
Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
Between full is movement. Each stroke unplanned, and in that place.
That is horse shit. Of course each stroke is planned. Not only is it planned, it's meticulously practiced. The point of calligraphy is knowing what you're doing with every stroke, because otherwise you're going to throw the proportion of the kanji you're drawing out of whack.
Between full control and complete surrender, that is where the samurai lives.
That's not a statement that means anything. You just said words that are not put together into a sentence that has meaning.
In perfect harmony and balance, the yin and the yang.
Yin and Yang is Daoism. It has but fucking nothing to do with the Confucianism-derived Bushido.
Sadly, there's almost no one left in Japan keeping the way of the samurai alive.
You know, except for, like, the multiple thousands of people who are Dainippon Budokokai members, the tens of thousands of people who are members of several Yaido federations, the members of and practitioners of Kendo, the practitioners of every Koryu Jujutsu style. I hate it so much. You ignorant, bloviating MiG-15. I swear to God, I have never in my life experienced the desire to just curb stomp someone this fucking bad. Is it still against TOS to tell a hypothetical individual to kill themselves? Yes it is. Please don't. This is rage bait at its finest. No sort of a demon. This is not even bait. That's the problem. If this was bait, I would respect it. Like, I respect the art professor's hustle. Like, good on you, man. Good on you for fleecing retard tourists for thousands of dollars to do this. Fucking fantastic. Get that bag, Professor Zen.
But Sensei Zen is one of them. He's not just teaching self-defense and swordsmanship. He carries the weight of a tradition on his shoulders.
Nothing he teaches has anything to do with self-defense.
And without him and a few brave others, these ways could be completely lost into the wind.
He doesn't have real transmission of any swordsmanship school. Yes, he actually calls him Sensei Zen.
And if there's one thing I took away from this trip, it's that being a samurai was never just about battle. It wasn't about defeating the opponent.
Yes, it was about being a privileged social class that derives its authority from being a military class in society and therefore owning most of the land and most of the resources. And ensuring who derive their authority directly from the daimyo. That's it. That's all it means. It means that you come from a long line of people who are professional military. That's all it is.
It was about silencing your inner noise.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Inner demons. In a world that's louder than ever, that was the golden lesson. And it's definitely one I'll be bringing back home with me. Let's get lost again in the next one.
God, I hope to God that he spent entirely too much money on going there. I hate this guy so, I can't, I hate tourists. I hate fucking tourists. I hate them so much. This is the fucking, I need to find a good freeze frame. I need to find a good freeze frame just to.
Death had meaning. White, black, men, women, by the river.
Let me find. Yeah, there you go. There's a good shot. No, never mind. We want to. We're going to insult the video's author. We need to focus. I need a good portrait shot. Come on, man. Give it to me. You know what I want. There you go. He's almost soy point.
Almost become a distant memory.
We'll wait
of
for him
Japan.
to soy point.
Luckily, there are still a few holding on to the traditions. And one of them is right there.
He's doing the thing. It's motherfuckers with this physiognomy that are actively making Japan uncool. I give you Exhibit A. The reason going to Japan is no longer cool is because people like this know it exists and can go there. We need to bring back bullying. And so you can reincarnate as his wife's bull. I'm pretty sure they're in a non-committed polyamorous relationship. So you still got a shot. Look at this man. There is no shot that he fucks his own wife. Oh, this is not going to make it into the final edit. I hate normies so much. I hate normies. I hate casuals. Gatekeeping is morally correct. Gatekeep everything that is good in this world. Ban tourists from Japan. Put bars on the Tories. I'll be content with just stopping. Just do a physiognomy check at the border. Language proficiency and physiognomy. If you fail one of those, you cannot enter the country. I'm sorry. You have to go back. Motherfucker, you never lost. You never left the marked trails. Yep. Oh, that was definitely an experience. Oh, I feel sick. But I'm not done torturing you, chat. Okay, let's palate cleanser. Key takeaways of the official results of the Arizona Senate audit of the 2020 election. Secretary of State Katie Hobbs rigged the 2020 election. Over 2,555,000 early votes with no record unaccounted for, so no chain of custody. 23,000 voted by mail after they moved from the state or the county. Over 23,000 voters who had cast double votes. That's a felony, by the way. Over 9,000 more mail-in ballots received and recorded that official numbers in... Wait, what? More... Just a second. 9,000 more mail-in ballots received and recorded than official numbers of mail-in ballots. Over 50,000 counterfeit ballots. I'm sorry, how is nobody getting the chair for this? Dominion voting system's best friend wife. I don't know what this means. John Poley is Dominion CEO. Lied under oath. Okay. Katie Hobbs belongs in prison. Yes. And anyone who aided and abetted. So does the Quirk and the Code conspirator. Sure. Okay, everything else is just drama. But the findings are spicy. I would like to see prosecution. But we all know nothing ever happens. I'm gonna keep the palate cleanser up. Actually, we're gonna watch a nice Budokusai Embu just because I need to restore my sanity. 15 years ago. We're gonna watch this one.
Zoe?
Yeah. From meeting for coffee?
Really? You're hugging a person you've met for the first time? Ooh, whore. But we're gonna save this one. We're gonna watch Concentrated Slop, courtesy of Vintage Warfare. He looks for this shit so that I don't have to. And remember, I torture myself like this. All to bring you a 50% discount on Factor and free shipping with code Kurumaru. Is it code Kurumaru? Let me check. Factor. Just use the fucking link, okay? There you go. Factor 75 Kurumaru Onii-san. Listen, you know that you don't have time to eat right, and without eating right, you are never fixing your nutrition. Sorry, you have to start somewhere. You need to start with counting the shit that you spend, and that's why you need wearables. You need to also strictly quantify the things that you eat. There's no two ways around that. I've spent a good 10 years coping and seething about that, but only when I had my shit figured out and I started counting my macros is when I actually saw results. Get yourself a subscription, make it easier on yourself and everyone here.
Holy crap!
Damn.
IGN 5 stars, of course.
Ay, este tirador.
So automatic fire Even though modern machine guns are illegal for civilians to own. Gotcha. Would have started with the butcher shop nearby, but the fucking boomer son closed it down. What were you planning to do with the butcher shop? Excuse me? So it's just a glorified game of Simon Says. It's not even Slender Man. A bill to raise the minimum age of purchasing a firearm to 21 because young adults aged 18 and 20 are most vulnerable to gun violence. Okay, but then make the voting age 21 as well as the age of enrolling into the army. Good meat for good nutrition? Well, since the butcher... Oh, hey there, Milk. Why are you on YouTube? Hello. How are you doing? You're washing out the toilet right now? Congratulations and good luck. But yeah, listen, let's start a conversation about raising the voting age to 21 as well, why don't you? Listen, if you don't have a consistent source, and I mean, getting good meat in Texas generally should be achievable because we do have a lot of good local meat cattle. In all other cases, you know, code Kurumaro Nissan for Factor 75. You know what? The YouTube chat doesn't see it, so there you go. YouTube chat also gets the shilling. Sorry, we have a new sponsor, so they're going to be with us for another month. We're trying to get everyone on the health train. You get that because Alpin graduated. You get that instead of us doing Fit VTuber Summer. Oh, by the milk, you've just missed the fucking creme de la creme of ignorant tourists in Japan cringe. You just missed me seething to death. We're talking about the age of drinking? No, they were proposing... It's Californian legislation that was supposed to raise the age of buying a firearm to 21. To which I say, okay in theory, but let's raise the voting age as well then. And not allow 18-year-olds into the army, too. I say that as I plan to acclimate my child to firearms, basically, from their early teens. Yeah, that's a safe bet.
Hello, Reddit. Have you ever wanted to play a Slender Man game, but instead of his tentacles... Hey there, Melty Berry. Gun.
We should reinstate the draft. I mean, we have the draft. You have to sign up to it. Do you mean we need to reinstate mandatory military service? I'm not sure that's a good idea. Just based on how other countries deal with it, generally it's going to turn into a negative filter where instead of a high-quality volunteer force, you're going to have people who are too dumb to escape the draft.
If you don't like the video, you are gay. Greetings and salutations, Reddit. It is I, Austin, of the Vintage Welfare channel, and today we're going to be talking about a certain video game that is probably one of the most manipulative pieces of gun control propaganda I have seen to date. And for YouTube's sake, because the topic of this video is sensitive, okay, I am not making fun of anybody who is a victim of a mass casualty event. I myself have had to train and occupy positions where we had to respond to those things if they were to ever occur. Yeah, don't ban me. With all that gay shit out of the way, for the real topic, there is a video game that exists that is essentially boiled down to Slender Man with a gun.
Wait, what? 15,000 American school students experience a school shooting every year? That's not true. That is an actual quantifiable lie. Hatred? What the hell? No, unfortunately this game is not as base as hatred. Was that Advanced Slender Man? Yes, it was.
Video game industry that teaches young people to kill.
We see video games actually being used as a scapegoat for what I think might be the real causes of violence.
Yes, fatherlessness and SSRIs.
Is this game about a school shoot?
6 years after losing their son in the Parkland massacre.
And the premise of this game is you have to Dance Revolution your way through a school and collect gun control bills like you were collecting the little pieces of paper that has Slender Guy come after you a little bit harder. Yeah.
Hello there, Sweet Nausea. I would have remembered that name, but you're not marked as a first-time chatter. Welcome in. Common sense gun law is such a triggering phrase. Yes, it is a nonsensical phrase made by people who hate you, want to see you broke and your children raped. Remember that for when we win.
Hey, yo, some of
That the rare Sam Hyde W is in that particular quote.
y'all, hey, some of y'all MiG-15s, you be into that weird tentacle shit.
If he fails the QTE, I want there to be like a Doom 2016 death scene, just being viciously mauled by the shooter. Ban on high-capacity magazines limits their purchase. State with bans had 50% fewer mass shootings. That's not true if we're counting mass shootings by the definition of the media. Now, Doom 2016, Tomb Raider reboot death scenes. Yeah, that one. If we... Well, first of all, that's 556 green tip, which no one uses, but never mind. If we go by the media's definition of mass shooting, meaning more than one person injured in the shooting, then Chicago and LA are going to be ahead of the entire country. And both of those places, and Washington, D.C. too. All of those places have magazine size limits. So those are not high-capacity magazines, by the way. Those are standard capacity magazines.
There are so many ridiculous tropes in this game that I actually argue it's sort of dangerous. Like the hide paths that one takes is like in plain sight.
Oh yeah, you are 100% getting spotted and shot.
This would be presented at TwitchCon. I also love how they like, hey, let's pay like 5 people to soy face on a live...
I am actually upset that I didn't go to TwitchCon to shit all over the devs. Just that I can go to the booth and like shit in their face.
Reaction to this game.
Preferably bring them to tears.
And that surely will get people interested in it.
America's biggest gaming event? Not even nearly. TwitchCon is a circle jerk of streamers. What the fuck are you on? Anime Expo has higher attendance numbers than TwitchCon.
Hide from the shooter. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know what I think? I think this was paid for free by USAID. Like 100%. TwitchCon is basically a casting couch grab bag you pay for. Yeah, that checks out. That's where that's where Dan Clancy, it's that Dan Clancy's all-you-can-grope buffet.
It cites like...
It's where he pretends to be straight in between giving Hassan sloppy toppies.
5 gun control bills like high-capacity magazines, assault weapons ban, and they go as far as saying it's
an assault weapons ban stops military-style weapons from being sold. We don't have military-style weapons because we can't have select-fire machine guns. When this ban was in place between 1994 and 2004, it was not credited with anything. The FBI said in a memo that it made no material impact, and Columbine happened during the assault weapons ban, so it didn't prevent shit.
Saved like a number of people. Like there's a specific number of people that the assault weapons ban has saved.
The final exam. Now this game includes the sounds, alarms, objects that are left behind, and actual gunfire to really immerse players in this reality.
Going to get a bit spicy. Your favorite shooting for the purpose is the Virginia Tech. Nothing but pistols and 10-round magazines? Yes, you are correct to bring that one up.
This is not a game where the player...
It's almost as if you can have a Derringer pistol as long as you're in a target-rich environment, also known as a gun-free zone, where you are unlikely to encounter armed resistance. Because the moment there was armed resistance, in the case of... Oh, what was the lad's name? Damn. Elijah Dickens. The moment one of those fucking glowy tweakers tried to do that in a constitutional carry state, he got clapped by some random dude with a Glock 19 before he ever had a shot to pop off. Wait, no legislative camp came up with gun-free zones?
grabs a gun. Not at all. The player has to survive, and the only way to survive is reaching these bills.
I mean, you could also survive by having your own gun and just having better training and the element of surprise on the shooter.
There's really not that many people interested in it. In fact, most of the comments that I've read on the videos of this game are like, hey, yo, is there a PvP mode? Truly, I wonder what kind of horrors would come about if there was a modding community for this game. You know, the way this reads to me...
God, I want mods for this game now.
Is you had grieving parents.
You collect... wait, hear me out. You need to collect J.D. Vance meme edits to survive. Virginia Tech is wild. NPR did an interview with a guy who survived because he blacked out and the shooter assumed he was dead, and they wonder if it was an evolutionary advantage. Oh, God. Truly, a peak NPR moment. Maybe fainting is the ultimate self-defense. God, I was exposed to having to listen to an NPR broadcast. Oh, when was that? It was either right after the election or immediately before it. So they were like at a fever pitch TDS, like they were frothing at the mouth. And it didn't help that I was riding in an Uber and the driver was like a morbidly obese, I mean like breathing soup, morbidly obese dude with horrific BO. Just... soy nodding to the fucking NPR, seething over the bad orange man. The shooter was going along double tapping victims, and this guy just fucking passed out, and the shooter skipped over him for some reason. Well, listen, he got lucky. What can I say?
Have this idea, and they reached out to some soy creatures within a video game developing studio, and they weaponized that to push all of the craziest anti-gun propaganda. I mean, the school in the video game looks like a Ukrainian hospital that just got bombed. It's nuts. Like they went so over the top that it's comedic, which is not what they were trying to go for. And of course, the suspect, shall we say, has an automatic weapon. It's literally just a machine gun.
With a very odd rate of fire, by the way. It seems to have an uneven cyclical rate. It's almost as if people who made this game don't understand how guns work. Or know gun laws. And an incredibly large magazine, yes. Yes, let me stand up into the line of fire, because nothing bad will happen.
Like, seriously, how does the bill raising the age of being able to purchase a firearm help in this scenario? It's almost like it's not even related to how this would even happen. There are games that depict this in a way more tasteful way.
What is the minimum age to steal?
And they don't push propaganda while doing it. Ready or Not has a pretty good realistic depiction, if there were to be one, of something like this.
To be fair, the Ready or Not school shooting also has multiple organized suspects that have improvised explosives and also have full auto machine guns. And it's still not as obnoxious.
Talk to entry team. Talk to element. Negotiations have failed with the active shooter. Make entry and clear the area.
Behind you.
Actually, I think after watching the whole game played through,
If purpose of those kinds of things were organized, it would be way more dangerous. Yes. So you see, the thing is, we are fortunate that most of the people doing stunts like that are how should I put this gently? Societal and genetic outcast retards and are generally unfit for life. So because of that, like for a lot of the same reasons they are usually touchless virgins, they typically have no friends to coordinate with outside of the one FBI or CIA agent that's groomed them to perform the mass shooting. So they don't really have co-conspirators for a lot of these things. Nor are they intelligent enough to structure them in a way that would be efficient.
I think the only time there was anything useful in that game was using a sweatshirt to bar some double doors. But everything else was like, let's stack some pound, like 1 pound desks in front of this door and stand right in front of the glass window. Like it's just bad. Ultimately, you know, heart goes out to those parents. Obviously, that's a tragedy, but you're not getting them. And that goes to the game developers. You're not getting them. You can just stop it. But keep making, like, funny propaganda so I can make fun of it. It's an infinite content loop for me. But that's going to do it for me today, guys. This is Austin of the Yoki Welfare Channel, and I will see you in the next one. Later!
These will never not be
funny.
funny.
Submission for the Wendy's 4x4 drill. This is experimental battle rifle submission for the Wendy's.
Okay, let's see. Wendy's 4x4 drill. 4 spicy chicken nuggets, 1 cheeseburger, small fries. It says singular small fry. I really want to be a pedant and say that I need to eat 1 small fry, but I understand that that's not the spirit of the drill. So fine. A medium Sprite? Not I don't know why Sprite specifically. Not really my choice of beverage, but okay. 40 seconds to eat and put 4 rounds on target at 40 yards with any battle rifle. Failure to complete in allotted time means you must eat another 4x4 and do a remedial stage attempt. That's actually fucking tough. Like eating a cheeseburger and fries within 40 seconds?
4x4 drill. This is experimental battle rifle using experimental ammo. It's basically better than a foul, so you can trust me on that one. I have some pretty good certificates, awards, medals, qualifications. I'm pretty good at eating, as you can tell. So I'm pretty qualified in firearms expertise to attempt this challenge, which I will cut to now. Sorry.
Shooter ready? Stand by.
Shooter, stand by.
Yes.
Proceed.
All right. Let's see that part time. Oh, he's cutting it close. Nah, he's not making it. See, 40 seconds is not feasible. I feel like that's not a great target. Yeah, you have to challenge eat, basically. Dude's an amateur. He's put in a lot of practice reps, but also 40 seconds is just cruel. I feel like we need to redesign the drill. 2 full minutes.
That was my attempt at the Wendy's 4-for-4 drill.
You need 4 minutes to hork down that much garbage. I mean, it's a cheeseburger and 4 nuggets. Like, it's not a lot of food, but just 40 seconds is just, I don't know, man. I don't like to eat like that.
I'd say it went pretty well. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hurt you. The way you hurted me.
Indians will never stop being funny, I'm sorry. Shitload of individual fries unless you're a pedant. Yeah. Again, that's why I want to be a pedant and say, like, the challenge says small fry, singular. The 4 nuggets is 1 mouthful. Yes, the fry is 1 mouthful. Well, again, if you competition, eat, but damn, I don't know. Half gallon of Sprite, that's like, it's not terribly bad. I guess the Sprite barely has any taste outside of the corn syrup. All right, let's see what's on display for the Enbu. It's a medium, half gallon. I don't know what a medium Wendy's drink is. I don't usually, even if I get Wendy's, I don't get the sugar drinks. I just get a large unsweet tea. Wendy's drinks are enormous. I see. I stopped getting Wendy's after they stopped featuring the pretzel buns. I think you need to get their app to get the pretzel buns now, and I just don't want to. Do they even still have the pretzel bun? I think they do. I could swear I had a pretzel bun when I ate at a Wendy's at an airport recently. But remember Oni Dojo, the samurai arts are completely lost to us. And also, only Sensei Zen from that particular samurai experience, and like the five limp-wristed Europeans that he teaches to swing a stick poorly, have retained that sacred knowledge. Get a bacon cheeseburger when you're constipated. I mean, if it helps, it helps. Your low-key hatred of normies extends precisely to Wendy's because they replace chicken tenders with spicy nuggets, and people cock-slob them constantly over the nuggets. I lack context for that. I don't eat enough junk food to understand the details of the politics involved. This is... I'm trying to check. So this is 15 years ago. So this is 2010. I haven't joined until I'm going to say... I think I joined probably like 2 years later. The nuggies aren't even good, they're always soft. I mean, at least they're full-sized compared to the McDonald's nuggies. Those are now 30% lighter than the nutritional information says. Ooh, that's a pretty cool jutete technique. Trying to make out who's in the presidium over there. We doing jite now? We were always doing jite no Terry. I've been actually taught and I've demonstrated jite techniques on this very floor. Just not that year. I mean, realistically, it's just a glorified baton with a catch that you can use for additional leverage. That's actually very similar to the technique I demonstrated. Ah, it's not a jite, it's... looks slightly different, but I guess the basic concept is the same. Is that fucking Hanshi Takeda? I think that was Hanshi Takeda. Alright, that's enough slop for one day. We've consumed enough slop. Oh god, 2 hours in. Okay, I guess, what do we want to do today? We can do... You know what? Let's pull up a vote. I will make the mistake of allowing democracy to prevail. Or will I? You know what? Never mind. No, democracy is cancelled. This is a representative republic, and I'm the only elector. We're gonna play Gray Zone. Our other option was Mecha Break, but I'm not sure I want to share Mecha Break with everyone here. Let's see. Alright, let me go to BRB. I'm gonna swap out the model for Gray Zone, and I'll be right back. Use this opportunity to refill your drinks, stand up and stretch, you know, the usual drill. I will actually go and do the same. With a beverage, and you can't see the game. I wonder why. Let me try to investigate that. Ah, there you go. I just had to tab into it. Okay. Seems to be mostly visible. We seem to be ready. Okay. We're going to go into US Central. It's just starting off with the morning. The devs have just let me know. Well, let's see, just. It was like in the middle of the business day. One of your favorite songs is Class Dismissed by Exodus. Okay. I mean, you can post it in the Discord. We're gonna let the shaders shit the bed for a little bit. That's just how it'd be. That's why we're using the downgraded model. Is the encoder still overloaded? And by the way, starting this Saturday, and for however long I can take it, we're going to be celebrating Kuromaru Nissan's not birthday. So follow the socials, look out for announcements, because we're definitely going to do that. Let me quickly check if I'm overclocking. Because I should be. I don't want to get into a hairy situation only to inadvertently eat shit. Because the game forgot that it's supposed to be overclocking. Not the game, rather. That the Alienware forgot that it's supposed to be overclocking. It's not balanced. No. Overdrive. There you go. Thank you. Thought someone was off. It's just seemingly forgets that it's supposed to do that, even though it just does not have the capacity to render this game correctly under its balanced setting. I blame the Infinity Indians for the poor optimization of tech these days. Alright, let's see. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, we have received a 20-inch AR barrel. Oh, we don't have space for that. 20-inch barrel. We need gun parts. Or rather, we need a safe for gun parts. Maybe if I pack my items, it's gonna fit. This is my compensation for... Oh. Okay. Let's do a quick think about how we can quickly compact this. A small asked you to help him punch market in the... I don't understand what that sentence means, no, Terry. It scares and confuses me. Try to create a little bit of space by taking up everything that I don't need right now. Alright, let's see. Collect. Fantastic. Now that we've collected all of our stuff, we are going to... We're actually going to sell a lot of it. The Glock I'm going to keep. What is this loaded with? Super penetrator ammo. Let's unload. 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 I think this is worse than the LS ammo, so we'll put this here. This is a new belt. We like new belts. We're going to sell. We're going to seal modular bandage. Wounds heal per charge 4. Okay, so let's replace this. Replace the splints. Tiny sub-level 10 with a 7.65 SMG. Was pushing into NT Marketplace for a task. Actually messaged you out of the blue, asked for help. Yeah, that's normal things. Boss didn't have a fucking key? Well, damn, I'm sorry about that. I can take you there sometime and give you a key. I do have the Marketplace key. Does Banshee sell the larger magazines? Yes, he does. Okay, so we don't really need this. I don't really use my sidearm a lot, so we're going to sell this off as well. The AP 300 Blackout is always welcome. That's actually a very good and difficult to source ammo. What is this loaded with? More AP, damn. The devs are spoiling me. Not that I mind. Put the Glock over here. Put all of that over here. Pouches over here. We need another medical box. Where's Labrat? 20 grand for a medical box? Get the fuck out. I am suffering from success right now. We got some room here. Let's put this in here as well. Some yummy fentanyl, some combat tourniquets, and some blood bags. Alright, I think we're good. Sell this to Handshake. Yeah, sell this to Labrat because this is replaceable. We now sell stuff to Turncoat because I have Banshee at level 4. Funny thing is that the villas on the outskirts of Namthaven are more dangerous than the Town Hall and market solely because of enemy placement. I don't know. I never spent a lot of time there. Tiff broke me out of the beginner area very early. So I never really had to grind those areas too much. Alright. Ah, that's okay. Little chunk of change. Nice little spare MCX. You know what we could do? I could sell off... How badly? It's like a 58% Phantom. I mean, I have 2 brand new ones. And I have 2 plate 6s. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna hoard these for a while. Alright, we have ammo, we do not have provisions, we're gonna take water, we probably don't need food. Let me check what's going on around here. Alright, sawmill is good. Let's do a quick run of sawmill. I don't really need anything at sawmill, but I feel like sawmill is a good warm-up. Fully loaded. Weapon check. Like, it gives you that good mix of strategic, long-range accuracy. And then you need to do some CQB very carefully. Up, and Pilder's choking up again. Alright. If Oni Dojo has any suggestions on what we want to do, please let me know. We can look for some trouble. The PC is choking slightly, but it should unfuck itself in due time. We do have the villa key now for this villa. I'm not going to try to read the name. We could do some tasking, because I've not been doing tasking ever since I unlocked Banshee level 4. It's not really things I want anymore, so... There's some Midnight Sapphire tasks. There are also Fulong Airfield tasks that we have that we may do at night. Tiger Bay, probably don't want to do those alone. YBL is a maybe, because it's an intel gathering quest. No, wait, YBL. I don't want to go into YBL alone. I mean, I could go with a burner kit if I'm ready to die there. I guess that'll work. I wonder if anyone is at YBL. Probably not. I guess we can wait for people to start clearing YBL and dive on the location. Since I don't really need any of the kills, I just need to get the intel from the PC. Is my phone on the Wi-Fi? Yes, it is. And it shouldn't be. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna respond to those work emails later.
Spread out.
They can wait. Alright, so the primary hazard of Sawmill at this point is catching strays from the overly active NPCs, which is always a possibility, and someone clearing out before you get there. See what we're looking at. Lots of dense foliage. Right, that's a patrol, so it's not been cleared out. Hold back out of visibility. Remember, we ideally want to take no more than one shot for each point where we surface. Because if we place 2 and more... See? So one of them is by the riverbed. And they're by the river bank. So we just need to be methodical and careful. Not give the AI any angles. Because that sounded like it was very close. Create some distance. It's like a little puzzle that shoots you in the face for being wrong. I guess it is sort of telling that this is my happy place. I can just take pot shots at a Lotion militia with impunity. Alright, I don't see the patrol. Oh, there you are. Pull back. It's getting a little dark, and I think that's causing additional stress on the GPU. Whenever lighting conditions change, it stutters a little bit. You are not the boss. You get ventilated regardless. I found that looking for the boss is actually very productive practice. Someone's trying to shoot back at me, but I'm not sure from where. The laptop doesn't seem to be too... How bad is the stuttering? Because if the stuttering is bad, we may shift over to Mecha Break. I think it's the long-range shooting that I'm attempting that's also blowing out my GPU a little bit. What the fuck? Okay, they seem to be very, very alert. Like, I'm hearing shots from directions I'm not supposed to be hearing them from. Shot through the heart. The body shots are a valid target. I'm shooting green tips, so I don't really need headshots. Oh, if anything, I can shoot them in the balls and just let them bleed out. Someone's definitely shooting at me from like a respectable distance. Probably from the road that leads to the sawmill. Yep, they're definitely shooting at me. Pull back into the foliage. They violated my NAP, so now I will hunt them until the ends of the earth. There you are. That was a fast-moving target. Is it possible that that's a player? We're in joint operations, right? Yes, we are in joint operations. Okay. They said that they're gonna shift the default to PvP now. Someone's definitely fucking shooting at me. This is very new. I never saw the AI do that. Is that a fucking player? What did they do? So on the next patch, they're going to shift your default mode and mode selection to PvP, so be careful when you're loading in. But that's on the next patch, that's not on this one. Who in the fuck? Oh, that's a player. Oh, okay. Hey there, are you shooting unsuppressed? Is that you? Probably another faction guy. He can't hear me. Fuck it. Okay. He's probably shooting with an unsuppressed SVD, and that's why I hear the crack near me. But yeah, it's not on the next wipe. I think it's on the next hotfix. So just be careful that you're loading into the mode that you intend to play. Some guy busted into the hut he was in, yelled FBI fuckers. It's about to jump out of your skin. Listen, it's funny little interactions that you get with the community. It's fine. I once met a couple of guys running around in blue hats, LARPing as wartime reporters. Alright, now I need to thin the herd while not creating a clear path for the guy who's trying to third-party my run. Only was a PvP server so you could respond accordingly. Do not glow in the chat, no Terry. And also, since they got the drop on you, I'm not sure that you wanted it to be a PvP server. I rewatched the footage from the time we were clearing Fort Nerith. Like, I'm not entirely sure if I was being third-party that I would have survived that. Like, sure, I got the first shot on the guy. Oh, I mean the reporters? They were harmless. Up. Pretty sure shooting wartime reporters is just about as illegal as shooting FBI agents. I think they were also my faction too, so... Oh, that's a player. Okay. I'm gonna leave him to his devices there for a moment. Wartime and illegal. It feels like a cultural thing. It's against TOS to advocate for things that are frowned upon, and that includes the Geneva suggestion. I'm just gonna let the guy hang out over there. I'm not gonna do any more heavy lifting for him. He can figure out whatever he's doing over there. I'm just gonna... There he goes. The fuck is he using? Is he running around with an SVD? Or an SKS? See a green laser. Looks like some kind of AK variant. Maybe he's just running it in semi. You're ethnically Mexican, you will wield that cart to deflect whiny soy whenever possible? No, you do you, man. I'm gonna keep these two guys alive. I don't feel like giving this to him, giving him the location for free, after I had to expend at least 10 very expensive bullets. Alright, I don't like the way that one's looking at me. I'll drop one. Archdemon, hello! How are you doing? We're being third-partied while running Sawmill. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, I have all of the nice keys, but it's possible that he also has some of the nice keys. Your lack of alcoholism manifests in neither extra horny or extra violence? Yes, so I've noticed. Right, he's doing a little crawl around. He has a starter backpack and a shitty helmet, so he can't be that high level. So I'll just let him do. What are we playing? This is Gray Zone Warfare. I think you were here when we were playing this last time. You've missed the slop appreciation yap session, unfortunately. That always starts before we start playing. Or he's just doing disposable gear run. People at high levels have better disposable gear. If I die, it doesn't matter if I live, it's a payout. No, that's fair. I think you watched the slop before, then got out. Ah, I see. Okay, well, if you got a whiff of the slop, then good for you. Right, there are now 2 bodies over there, and there's a 3rd warm body over there. So I'm gonna just keep him. I'm gonna keep that last guy as insurance. What the fuck are you even running? That's definitely an AK. Green laser. He's doing stuff. Oh, there's an ammo box over there. I never noticed it. There he goes. Is he going into the office? Alright, well, I know for a fact that he's cleared out the back, so let me shift over into fun mode. This one mine. Yeah, this one's mine. The fun mode? Full auto. Yep, he's in there. Definitely an open door. Well, alright. Not terribly happy about having to share loot, but I got other keys to use, so... Since I have the rare key, I'm gonna make use of it now. Close that door real quick. We go for the firearms box first. AK-74M. I'm never using it, but I may as well take it. A couple of empty Panzers. I don't want those. Maybe some ammo. Subsonic 300 Blackout. Some Black Tip 5.56. Not bad, not bad. Bottle of Haterade. I should drink the Haterade. Did he do a good job cleaning this place out or not? Okay, you're the boss? No, you're not the boss. SM office key, I'm gonna hold on to this. Doesn't seem to have looted through here. Or if he has, he wasn't very consistent. Oh, there's the boss. Okay, there you go. Doesn't know to take the ACOG? You know what, I'll take the entire thing. Anything fun inside? Is that legally distinct Gatorade? I think it is, yes. Oh, he's doing some more shooting over there. Might as well help a brother out. And he's down. getting hit with
Scratching
illegally.
my balls and they scared me.
That's how they always do it, man.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have the office storage key, would you?
I'd need to look.
I'd appreciate it if you did, and I thank you for saving my ass.
I only got the regular storage key that I picked up off one of the bodies if you want it.
I think I have the office key.
Also,
in
by the way, just so that you're aware, we're on stream right now, so.
Ah, cool.
You good? You patched up? You need meds?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm good, I'm good.
Alright. Chat, I lied. Listen, I was here first. I called dibs, okay? I'm gonna pretend that I'm leaving. I'll take this money, though. He sounds like he's from one of the humid forests of the south. Well, listen, there's a lot of good southern boys over here. The game is sort of made for us. No such thing as a free lunch, my man. I need to strike a balance of making sure that he's left, but the NPCs haven't started respawning yet. Point of fact, you'll never say bad shit about Tennessee short of slurs from Memphis. I don't know any Memphis-specific slurs, so just don't get me in trouble. He's still over there, or did he move on? Probably moved on. The slurs walk around Memphis? Okay, if you say so, just make sure to not let us know what the slurs are. We're going to exercise plausible deniability here real quick. Listen, it's a hot loot spawn, and I started raiding it first, okay? I'm about to collect some bad karma for not giving that guy that key. Ah, he's in here. Anything interesting? AK polymer grip. You know what? It's money, so we'll take that. An SKS, sure. Alright, he's off. Wish you could get a handle on how many dudes are actually at Sawmill. I'm tempted to say that it's random. Sorry, man, no one are among thieves. Let's see what we got. Oh, a Phantom. Oh, I'm definitely taking a second Phantom. We eating good today. I am 100% taking the Phantom. Most of y'all here probably don't remember that meme, but there was, back in the day when... Oh, what were those even? Rage comics, I think. There was an I lied face. That's me right now. What do I get for lying? I get a free Phantom. Well, it wasn't free. Listen, I killed plenty of dudes getting in here, so... Lacking anything more sturdy is why you rock a G-ish rig. I don't know what a G-ish rig is. I mean, you can layer the chest rigs over some of the Soviet armor. Yeah, you can get like a cheap 3+. That's a suppressed shot. Not even going to bother turning around to look at that. Oh, was the thing next to the Phantom? I see. You can just raid Sawmill. Phantoms spawn here very frequently. This is where I go to farm the Phantoms. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm going to stash this one, the brand new one, and sell off the old one. Because I took more than a few shots from slugs into the old plate carrier. I forget where... I think the Vulture is at Winchester now, so... No one's doing YBL, no one's doing Blue Lagoon. 16 slot rig, lots of space for loot and ammo. I see, well listen, some people prefer that way. And it's not, you know, as unobtainium as a Phantom. I just like Phantoms. It's very similar to my IRL rig, because I also have like a little dangler fanny pack over here. The difference is I run an admin pouch over here, and I'm slowly replacing my mag pouches with tacos. Electrical tape and chem lights on the cummerbund. Not a bad idea, actually. You know what? I may steal elements of this. Extra magazine on the cummerbund, I also don't hate that, because I do have a lot of real estate that I'm not really using. I think my cummerbund has inbuilt pockets. I need to see how it impacts my mobility. The local competition that I used to run, the 2-gun one, is no longer happening, which is upsetting, so I need to find a new venue to go shoot. And run my kit. Because I would prefer to not have to 3++ versus 3A. You're confused. 3++ is the best in the game, and 3A is worse than 3. Basically, A means that it's less than the rating that it's written on. So it's 3A, 3A++, then level 3, then level 3+, then 3++. That's why I like Phantoms. Phantoms and M6, I think, or M2, I forget the name of the carrier. All I know is that once I started wearing the 3++ armor, it actually started stopping something. So I'll occasionally catch the odd shotgun slug in the chest and survive. 2, 3A, 3A+, 3. Yes, that's correct. I think there's also 2A.
1 minute.
There's some bad body armor here. I think the material also matters. I'm not sure if it impacts anything other than weight. I did not enjoy the time where I mag dumped into an AI, and I think he didn't even have body armor, but I mag dumped 300 Blackout into him, and he only died because I basically Mozambiqued him with my last 5 rounds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you definitely want hard body armor. Like, there is no way in hell that even a subsonic round can't penetrate soft body armor. Especially from Is the game kill? It's a little bit, yeah. It's running a little hot. The PC is actually doing pretty okay.
And we're back. Home sweet home.
Yeah, but Sawmill is probably the most consistent phantom spawn point that I've seen that doesn't require that, you know, you go to hell and back fighting for it. Like, people will say, oh yeah, if you want a phantom, just go to Fort Nerith. Ah, yes. I really enjoy dying 6 times over trying to farm for one piece of equipment. Alright, AK-74 and an AK-74 with an ACOG. This is an FMJ round. No, this is not FMJ. Oh, it is FM. What? Full metal jacket? Bullet enclosed with a brass case? Lead core. Okay, so it is AP. Pop that over here. Place that over here. We're running out of room. I think we need to sell off the VMAX because I'm realistically not using the VMAX. I have access to better armor at this point. To better ammo. I'm still keeping the subsonics because I need the gimmick of the subsonic. So I'm gonna sell these off. SKS mag, that goes. You now know enough about YBL and the 15 angles of fire at the gate that you think something the size of Fort Nerith is a good idea? What? You know enough about YBL and the 15 angles of fire at the gate that to think something the size of Fort Nerith is a good idea. You're missing half a sentence there, Notary. I think I can sort of intuit what you wanted to say, but I am not sure. Okay, where are all of my duplicate key carriers? Rail goes here, this goes here. This is where we're going to sell all of this off. I guess I can slap this over here. You know, give it a little bit more resale value. SKS rail. I'm keeping the IR laser, because that's valuable. And removing all of this over here. It's a comparison of scale. YBL is a small meat grinder, Nerith is a much larger meat grinder. You also need to factor in that the AI at Fort Nerith are better equipped, both in term, and they're also angrier AI. They see better, they shoot better, and they are harder to kill. Because YBL is still filled with the flip-flop militia. Okay, we're gonna sell this once we're done selling that. Yeah, and Fort Nerith is filled with the Falong military, who all wear Panzer IIs or higher grade armor. So they are generally bad news, and they have suspiciously good eyesight, especially in the dark. Alright, I'm gonna sell this one off, because it's already in bad condition. Do I want anything? Probably not. I do want more containers. I dearly need more containers. Alright, let's have a drink. Eat food, and we need to decide what we're doing next. Let's take a look at the map. People are currently clearing out Fort Nerith, to be fair. And I do have the... Oh, Hacker is a night mission. Never mind. We can't go there for that. Blue Lagoon, Fort Nerith. Collect samples from the Fort Nerith infirmary. Oh, I don't want to go to the infirmary. I'll get radiation poisoning. Okay, so I only have night quests for Fort Nerith. Hunter's Paradise. Locate intel about Hunter's Paradise in the VIP program. I tried going into Hunter's Paradise at night, and I almost died, because I took a shotgun slug to the chest. They'll send your ass to the infirmary? Hell yeah. They'll definitely do that. Art of Deception. This is not a mutually exclusive one. So this is mutually exclusive with Turncoat, but I don't really care about my rep with Turncoat. He can suck a dick. Noble Powder, it's also a nighttime raid. Like, everything I'm looking at is more of a nighttime raid, if I'm being real. Except for the kill quest at Hunter's Paradise. Is anyone doing anything up there anyway? Someone's at midnight. Probably just hunting. No one at Hunter's Paradise. Fuck it, I guess we run Sunset. That's my only gripe with the game. If you pop into a full server and all of the cops are already captured, there's really not a lot to do. At least during the day. At least during the day. Band pod during the day, also not particularly nice. I kind of want to hit this construction site. I've never been. Although rather, I've tried sniping from a hill over there. I only saw two people alive there. Someone's flying in. Oh, it's a pickup destination. Oh, returning to hangar. Never mind. Okay, he's over there doing midnight. Let's go raid Sunset.
Raven, wheels up for base camp.
Sunset's always a good time. And it's early enough in the day that we can reliably snipe everyone around there, so. I hate to admit it, but once I've remembered the location and the, approximate locations of the AI, Sunset became easier to run at during the day with a sniper rifle. But it's severely gamified.
Ready to head out.
There really needs to be a bit of a randomization element. Because one, it's going to prevent the high-speed, low-drag crowd from just, flattening some of the areas. Makes exploring the map less stressful when you realize that there's a threat slider as you reach the middle ground between faction bases, then get closer to their base. Okay. Well, the faction bases will try to shoot at you if you try invading. There is an exclusion zone around the faction bases, but there's also really nothing to do there. And the starter towns are not, well, they're starter towns in the meaning that you're not going to have hard targets who have armor and impressive firearms, but they still run a good chance of just doming you from a nearby bush. So not really a cause to get overly relaxed. You still need to stay puckered up. You know what? After we run Sunset, what I think we should do, we are going to try to go here, and apparently there's a loot run in the area. So you're supposed to go like down the forest here, and there's like a crashed truck somewhere over here. I think this is the crashed truck. And then you follow the road, and then there's a whole radio station. Somewhere along the way you can pick up a key. So relatively exciting, labor intensive enough that it's not going to be overrun. You better not be going for my loot spot, you bitch. Where are you going? Oh, that's Modern Crusader, that's a friend. Still, don't fucking touch my Sunset spot. Where are we, anyway? There's a fucking guy who can see you within 20 meters of Bravo LZ, and he dinked your helmet, so there's that. Yep. Bravo 2 or Bravo 1? I mean, Belfast is kind of sketchy. Like, if you try to even ease into the forest here, you're gonna get shot at. I don't even go here, despite, having some of the keys to some of the locations here. I don't know, urban combat sucks. They call that a starter town, but holy shit. Okay, we're zooming in. We need to be on the lookout for a patrol. We did not see a patrol. It means he's somewhere down the road. That's the checkpoint over there, but that's not a checkpoint worth exploring. Hey, the guy that passed through here probably killed him. And I wouldn't rely on that. All kinds of people, maybe people who like fighting cities are better than... Wait, what? Fighting in cities is a legitimate pursuit. The thing is that you're not really supposed to do that solo. You're just not... It's impossible to control all of the possible angles that you need to be aware of in order to survive. If we're not playing this like an arcade game of, oh, I'm gonna eat shit, come back, and then dome the guy that killed me, then the city solo becomes a no-go zone. Oh, there he is. He's laid out. I'm just gonna go straight to Sunset. I hope nobody's already trashing it. Sunset is legitimately my favorite loot spawn on the map. It's nice, clean, it's got spaces for good, clean CQB. It's got some nice long angles. It's very good for workshopping stealth. What's he sporting there? M855? Okay, so he's also running green tip. Alright, we just need to be careful. There's usually a patrol along this road. I recently experimented with trying to use a sidearm to take down one of the worst equipped NPCs, and I did not like the result. The sidearm is kind of fucking disappointing. Because the accuracy is not great. The shots are difficult to place. He killed the other guy. I'm gonna try to get an angle. Which sidearm is this? I was trying the Glock. I had penetrator rounds. I haven't tried the LS rounds yet. So we're going to have to find a willing participant to be our ballistic dummy. Without also, you know, risking taking one to the face. I would prefer to not do that. I am a man of science, but I'm not ready to bleed for it. Do I have my... I did have my ears on. I just had my volume brought down all the way to... Oh, there you are. Should probably switch out of full auto, please and thank you. That's going to cost me good accurate shots at range. Alright, if there's patrols, I'm at the very least hopeful that there's going to be something worth taking. Like the weird beep the Razor does? What do you mean? What do you mean beep? There's a beep that it does? Never noticed that. Oh, if you're wearing razors, to turn off there's a beep? I see. Okay, we're just gonna be careful not to stumble over our dick here. Getting a little bit of rubber banding, not enjoying it. Really, there's no Overwatch on this side. I find that difficult to believe. I only found out about the button that turns your Active Ear Pro off when I got to the quads. Oh, there he is. He's dead. There's usually a patrol that I can snipe from over here. You hate elevated positions? Nah, I just need to know how to play through them. Could hit the Namthaven overview? I'll do it. Like, all of the real loot is going to be in places like Sunset and in the level 3 areas. I don't think this counts as a level 3 area, but it reliably drops an MCX or like a really, really tuned up 590. I'm somewhat alarmed that I'm not seeing anyone on the Sunset Chalet proper. So if it wasn't our guy, someone could have hit it by now. Or nothing, as previous excursions have shown. Listen, if you're late, you're late. You just need to be more efficient with how you clear the place, and you need to have rare keys that other people possibly don't have. And people are not always thorough with the loot, so sometimes you're just going to get less than you wanted. But you're still gonna get stuff. Because you see, I'm not seeing enemies, but I'm also not seeing any corpses. Zoom in on that patio. Poke certain places for certain things and people keep leaving behind loot. One of the key doors. One of these places you're not going to turn down free money. Yeah, there you go. Like, is it likely that someone has cleaned out Sunset? Yes. It's increasingly looking like that's what happened. Because I'm seeing no signs of life whatsoever. But there is a chance that they didn't have the container key. And people never check the huts. Alright, at this point I'm not seeing anyone. I'm just gonna push in. See what we can get. Free is free after all. Gotta make sure that this lunch is as free as it advertised. Complacency is how you die in this game. Oh, everyone's dead. Okay, that explains a lot. Fuck it, I'll take this just in case. See, they're cleaned out pretty thoroughly. What were you doing there? M8556. Alright, oh, one of you spawned inside, eh? Okay. Got a kangaroo pouch. Ah, see, free grenade. Means that they likely didn't check the bodies. Type 51s are usually not worth a lot of money. And fuck it, I'll take the nectar and the drink. Yeah, but looks like it's a massive waste of time. Someone already hit it, probably during the night. Although if it was during the night, they would have already respawned. So probably during the day. Yep, case is open. Well, then we just get some free shit. I'm not gonna take the backpack. Nothing, nothing, nothing. .1911 grip. You got anything good on? Sorry, I got startled there for a moment. Got some water. That's about it. Alright. Well, you know what? Free is free. Let's check the bungalows just to be thorough. Also be aware of the fact that there could be stragglers. Don't seem to be any. Usually he's gonna patrol between the villas. Okay, doors are open, or rather, but doors are closed, excuse me. Nothing. I don't think anything else spawns in here. Sometimes you get really good loot in these. I think I pulled a laptop out of here once. So, yeah. No harm in asking. Worst she can say is no. Ah, there you go. Some free 1911 AP ammo. Not a complete waste of time. Probably got $1,000 in just free loot that we collected off the ground. I'd call that a successful run. I think the guy from our faction was just coming down from here when we were landing. Nah, you win some, you lose some. I have not rolled a fresh server in a long, long time. I think you get better odds of doing that when you play as a squad. Let's check that guy for cash just in case. He could be hiding quarters. You know the rule. No shekel left behind. Oh, nice engagement ring. Mine now. And I'll take your haterade. You've obviously not been drinking enough of it. Alright, we drop it off at the base camp and we figure out what we hit next. Ah, 1,400 hours. What can we do? We could try fishing around for a server that's in nighttime right now. Pretty sure the E is for elegant, but who the fuck cares? It's a ring. With insert rubies? Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, I'm trying to make the MP7 work, and it just doesn't. I don't know what to do with it. It doesn't have great stopping power. Because it's an SMG, it's also kind of shit for accuracy. The M4 has really spoiled me. God only knows what you could sell that for in a first world country. What, the MP7 or the ring? Pretty sure jewelry goes further along in countries like this than it does in first world countries, because here it's an item of barter. Well, whatever you can sell it for, I'm not selling it because I'm hoarding it to give it to my one true love, Vulture. For money, of course. Type 21. LS ammo. Let's sell off the shitty Russian grenades. Nectar goes into the food basket. Gunsmithing toolkit. Do I need anything repaired? You need a little bit of touch-up. It's looking pretty good. Alright. 1911 grips. We're just gonna unload the ammo and keep it because I don't need any 1911 magazines. Don't you just sell those kits? Well, you can use them and then sell them. Because my shit still needs maintenance. Like, I have guns that are a little beat up to varying degrees. I need to actually build out a new gun based on... I could actually use one of those guns as a host for the 20-inch barrel. See, like, this one needs a little bit of love still. Oh, okay, this one can't be repaired. They sell for less depending on the state? Yes, they do. The guns or the repair kits? The repair kits do because you exhaust finite uses. What, you're all too good to buy a used repair kit? Fuck you. Yep, it didn't reset. AR 15 20-inch barrel. Do I need an entire barrel, or would I rather, let's see what's Banshee's selling. I think I should just save up for a gun parts case and keep it there and just build out a rifle later. I feel like that's a better use of resources and storage space. Just I'll slap that over here. Yeah, slap that here. And I'll take an extra nice grenade. Pretty sure most opulent use of money in this game is a mortar case full of mortars. I wouldn't say it's full of mortars. Oh, you can't see behind me, but like I do okay. I've bought exactly 0 of these. And I bought the mortar case originally believing that I could store weapons there. Boy, was I wrong. Someone's having fun. What to do? What to do? We can try trekking out. You know what? Let's server hop a little bit. Buying long-range mortars for your fucking mortar case. You can't buy long-range mortars. You can only loot them. Medium range is the longest that you can buy. Alright, let's server hop for better timing. Oh, it's all... it's not even nearly in the evening. I guess this is our best bet. US East. I am not touching the 4-bar servers. I'm not playing this fucking game on even the whiff of lag. No, peak opulence. Let me tell you about peak opulence. Peak opulence is running exclusively 300 blackout 300 blackout AP, just because you can always buy more. The difference between medium and short is 6k, which is hilarious if you think about it, because you're getting upsold 6k for a fucking cheese wedge of propellant. Propellant mortar teams dispose of it by setting them on fire in a pile. Listen, you're in an environment where it's a scarce resource. And you're being sold everything at a significant upcharge. Just compare how much you're paying for something when you're buying it versus selling it. You are the mark here. It was never any other way. You are the employee of the company, but they're making money hand over fist from you. Alright, let's check the map. YBL on touch. Someone's touching all over Fort Nereth. Sawmill. I don't want to do sawmill again. I don't want to do repetitive grinding. People are hanging out around Winchester, so I assume all of the interesting vulture shit has already been bought up. People are raiding the poppy fields. Fuck it, let's... I would prefer to go to India at night. No, I mean like India 3. I would prefer to never go to India. You know what? We got some time to kill. We may... Let me quickly check. I'm getting a lot of stuttering. More than I normally would be. Love the poppy field because people keep leaving good shit behind. It's... almost 5 dudes there. It's 5 dudes that you need to square up in the foliage against. Online service connection lost, trying to reconnect. What the fuck is happening? Connection reestablished. Is it me or is it the game that's being fucky-wucky today? I don't like the poppy fields. I feel like it's a lot of work for not a lot of excitement. And a very big chance to just get randomly domed through the foliage. People are swarming on Winchester. Himatsubushi de do suru kano. Running Neotech there, and you thought you only hit 3 dudes. Turned out you wiped the entire place from distance with bleed shots. Yeah, that's it's a nice little surprise that you can sometimes earn. Fuck it. Let's retool for a nighttime raid. Ah, that's why I was able to fit this inside. Is that because of the compensator? Wait a second. Muzzle device efficiency. Interesting. It's not like I use a sidearm anyway. It's more of a wank shaft. You're going to have to run the bunker trail west of Ban Pa. You do not look forward to that shit. I have not had a mission there yet. The bunker trail, you say? This? I just found the Japanese bunker and moved on. Like, I didn't do anything with it. Where is... That's AP. That's the correct AP. That's the correct AP, okay. I'm not gonna bring a little bit extra ammo, just because I have way too much of it. There's 5 of those bunkers arrayed against the mountain? Really? I've legitimately never had a mission there. We're gonna build out, a new Mark 18 once we're back. You know what I don't get? I don't get flashbangs. Like, if you're in range of a flashbang, if you know that enemies are within range of a flashbang, why not just toss a grenade?
Strap in, we're heading out.
You know what I mean? Like, what is the value of very specifically killing them with small arms if you can just lob a grenade and chop them up that way? The real bunker that I fear is the one behind Hunter's Paradise. The reason you can think of is you're very concerned you'll hit you too? I don't know about that. Like, hard cover in this game is hard cover, so... You're not doing a sneaky ninja disappearance. Like, if you have to drop one, high possibility of misthrow, just get good. I don't think, actually, never mind, I don't think the grenades hit you. Because I've definitely fumbled grenades and reflected them off of door frames onto myself, and I was fine. I don't think you can commit suicide with a grenade here.
We're getting close. 1 minute.
That's the location I always stay the fuck away from. Wait, my shit is in reverse. I'm supposed to have my light on the right side and my IR module on the left side. There you go. That's more like it.
Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
Want to test that? I've definitely tested that on stream. When I was doing the Falon quest, I bounced a grenade right next to me, and it didn't interact with me at all. Like, whatsoever. Well, now we're way early.
Go, go, go!
Shit. I mean, I'm right by the radio tower. I might as well look for ways to... If I go now, I'm definitely getting... I'm getting some pot shots just from the visibility that I have right now. My nearest base camp, Shepherd. Let's go to Winchester, I guess. Stupid sun operating at predictable intervals. Listen, it's their fault for making night ops significantly more fun than daytime ops. I would really like a server that's not full of people where everything is already captured and done. Like, on the one hand, yeah, it's nice to have the infrastructure of all of the cops readily available to use, but on the same time, you know, I wish there was something for me to do. Outside of go look for purses in strip clubs. We're gonna be crossing any roads there? Yes, we are. On the... after we cross the delta. Am I talking about the brothel in Bon Pa or the different one? No, I'm talking about Fanny Paradise. There's a brothel in Bon Pa? I was not aware. By the lanterns, you'd say there is? Those lanterns are... they don't mean that, no, Terry. Did you not get the artisan quest for Bon Pa yet? Alright, while we have a little bit of downtime. So, for Saturday and possibly Sunday, basically we're going to do this like on a donathon model. We're going to set some benchmarks. I have some activities planned out, but the tiers that I have planned so far are going to be... I'm definitely going to do like a breakdown of my EDC for tourism in Japan, so that's going to be something that we're doing by default. If my match saver arrives in time, then we're going to see if we can wedge an M-Lock match saver into the Benelli handguard, despite it not being M-Lock and an entirely different proprietary mounting system. We're going to clean some guns, because my carry gun needs cleaning. And then, if we start scoring, and mind you, that's not going to be Twitch subs, we're going to be going through the birthday boy tipping jar on throne. So first benchmark is going to be calligraphy, because we will be doing a hand cam stream anyway. We may as well.
You can give them to people, or if you got certain
people strategizing over here, I see.
And you're gonna do a mission.
Oh, nice,
do the
vulture.
mission in there.
All right. I would like to be able to block voice chat if I'm being transparent. What you got there?
I got one that says help, so if you need help, you know, type in there and maybe somebody help you out type deal.
I like these little... I like the standard M4s that people spawn with. I have a sentimental attachment to these. God, you love the clientele in this game. Listen, the people are very nice. I'm not talking shit about people. I've met the nicest people playing this game. Soft mod stock.
And 3 offline.
Recoil control
So that's
2.
what, 8?
Why would I want this?
No, that's 7. I'm bad at math.
Bless you, brother. You want that fucking stock? Why?
All the ones in there are pretty good as far as helping
2% recoil mitigation. I preferred stock about US SOCOM Solar Free Air 15. Okay, I'll buy one for you. There. Fast MT. Level A3. How does that compare to this one? This is also level A3, but this one has like a gaping window, usually in the spot where you're going to get domed, so probably a no. Vulture doesn't have shit. You use it in real life, such a bigger quality of life compared to the hard M4. Okay, I got it for you, so. Okay, let's let this man lowball us for all of the valuables we have in order to gain some rep with him. The only thing you gain, by the way, at level 4, he's going to sell you the other MP7. That's it. You get nothing else. I think he also sells some 1911 parts, but those are marginal. Something something Asian shop owner. Yeah. I know what I got. You pay good money now. But I have a Voodoo 5 to 25. Terry came online. Hey, I see you. I'll set your stock aside. Like, I don't know why you would want this. 2% recoil control compared to... What do I have on my M4 stock? 9% recoil control plus 6% weapons handling. Like, you see how the Magpul stock is just better, especially with the big soft butt pad. We still have a lot of sunlight left. This motherfucker is about to hit the villa, isn't he? Yeah, you are. He's edging towards that Wait, fuck it. I'm just gonna go and hit the radio station instead. This is not worth the trouble. You pay me $1,000, I let you have the 1980 Civic lease, la. I can't do a good Asian accent. Sorry. I haven't practiced enough. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go do other things because he's he's edging towards the villa. What level is he? I hope he gets fucking smoked there. If we see him die. Level 50, never mind. He's gonna clean that place out and he definitely has keys. I'm not even gonna attempt it. But as I was saying, the first dono goal is going to be... We're going to do a calligraphy. We're going to do a based America core calligraphy. We're going to figure out the calligraphy for Strength for Freedom. Check the map real quick. That's where we need to go. And the answer is you don't have the MOE stock in the first place. Doesn't Gunny sell the MOE stock? Well, that and the MOE stock with the butt pad also frequently spawns on drops from Sawmill. Sketchy little bridge over here. Some unarmed bodies. You'd love to see it. Oh, nice! Random bottle of whiskey. Not a level 4, he doesn't. You've more MOE AK stocks than... Wait, what? I can go into Gunny's inventory now and buy an MOE stock. I need to go further down there. Dropped him like a sack of shit. Yeah, he definitely sells the MOE stock at level 4. But after the calligraphy, the later target is likely going to be... we're gonna do Community Gray Zone or Community Tekken, depending on which we want more. So that's gonna be up for a vote, I guess. Reload real quick. So there is going to be an opportunity to run some funny games on stream. Probably gonna do some of the spicier runs if we get that far into the birthday stream. Oh, nice, some money, some rings, some more money. Lovely. Right, what do we do now? So we go here. Wish the 904, 901 Elite rig was in front only. Well, that's the catch. See, at least I told you that it's front only. I had to find out the hard way by catching a slug in my back. Pretty much immediately, never wore the thing? Yeah, see, I only saw the rating, and then I noticed that, wait, it doesn't have a backplate, what the fuck? I'm probably going to sit down to edit a proper announcement for the birthday streams. Not today, because it's already getting late, but I'll try to do that tomorrow. And I'll be posting that on the socials. So look forward to that. That is a convoy. It's been hit. Not sure if I'm seeing anyone move around there, and it's way too light for me to rely on darkness. I don't want to waste grenades. Nope, that's not a person. But if there were any people, they would be roused by that, so... Call that a bit of an exploratory round. Yeah, I just looked at the armor rating and said, oh, big number, equal good. But how about some free backshots? Have you considered that, White Devil? Kind of sketched out by that house over there. It's going to be very funny if the entire thing's already been cleared out by someone. Oh, I hear someone walking. Oh, someone's shooting at me. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Oh, I see you. Son of a bitch. I think they got me in the plate. We're just gonna run, we're just gonna leg it. Create space, create space. That's why I don't like dusk. They can see me way better than I can see them. Even though it's kinda dork. Definitely not giving chase. They're not giving chase. Alright, we've suffered a minor boo-boo, that's okay. Going to take a little squatty over here. Oh, I got hit in the ass. Damn, no, abdomen. You're fine, you're fine. Some clarification on what you're seeing, you're gonna drop it into Weebmool. I turned off Discord not to occupy CPU, so I'm gonna look at that after stream and comment there. 20 rounds, we need to reload. Right, visibility is currently ass. I could ascertain that they were shooting at me from the hut, so if we cut through the rice fields into the woods, we will hypothetically have better visibility on them. I'm gonna guesstimate there were 2 bodies shooting at me, and we killed at least 2 guys. One of them popped up from the wreck. Like, see, it's sort of dark, but not really. It's dark in the woods and nowhere else. We're going to approach from the back. I don't like relying on the foliage for cover, because it's concealment and not cover. I'm not sure I hit anything. I pull back into the woods. I like the trees. I don't like the bush. Because trees are, at the very least, capable of opportunistically stopping bullets as you run away. If you very specifically plan your retreat through the trees, they do a very good job of covering your ass. I don't think it gets proper dark until like 1 a.m. Like your true nocturnal advantage is still very limited by time. Oh, this looks like a whole fucking operation. I heard a footstep. I 100% heard a footstep. Yep, I can hear him. This is a bad time for lip smacking, my friend. There he is. I don't think they know where I am. Expend 1 grenade. Someone's shooting off of the damn chopper. Oh, I got him with that grenade. Nice. Well, then I don't need to do anything. I can just go back into the woods. Create some hard cover. Crouch down to take a sippy. I'm gonna give him a moment. Possibly drives you nuts that you get grenade kills in the dead open on blind throws and not when you toss one in a closed space with a dude. I think the shrapnel still needs a little bit of work. It's a little finicky. I had a grenade blow up where I think, like right behind an NPC, and he took no damage. Funny enough, it was right as Ricky and Alki were raiding me. So I could point to them and say, Devs, what is this? Why did the AI just tank a grenade? Okay, it's getting a little darker, so we can at the very least take a sneaky peeky at the convoy, see if there are any more warm bodies above ground. I don't think I hear any. Breach into the road really carefully. I don't think he's dead, but I think I winged him. I'm not wasting more grenades on these chuckle nuts. I still have to take a whole radio station. Usually tell if you got close because it doesn't register stamina hits. Wait, what? Oh, shrapnel hits. Shrapnel hits, I think, cut you. Yellow brain is usually a concussion over rounds hitting you in the helmet and the armor level surviving. This better be fucking worth it. Humanitarian aid. Oh boy, we don't have anyone with a wrench. Just a second. Alright, excellent. I sent him to the Com Realm. I still hear someone. Oh yeah, I definitely hear footsteps. crank up my audio a little bit. Yeah, I'll take the Choco Bar because I'll get hungry eventually, especially with how slow we're going. Alright, that's the guy that I hit. Got anything good? Got a little bit of money. Nothing else. Yeah, I got him square in the face. Nice. Ah, there you are. Just die already, god damn you. Oh, nice ring. We're getting some stuff and some things. This looks like it's quest items. I got these two. Destroyed liver. Love to see it. Should have. Remember, kids, drink in moderation so this doesn't happen to you. Oh, nice. That's a case. Equipment case. Shit. I'll take it. If I find something better, I'll toss this one out. Money. Destroyed lung. I think I still won them. Firearm box. Hell yeah. M4 with... oh, that doesn't go here. I'll just stow that here for now. It's unlikely that I'll keep it, but it's nice to know that there's at least something to pick up. Alright. Brisk reload. Let's go. Nice. You know what? This UN convoy is pretty good. Oh, there you are. Oh, we got two guys over here. Destroyed brain. Damn, I am too good for my own good. Destroyed brain. How did I don't remember landing all these headshots. Take your orange soda. Got anything on good on you? Nope. Check to see if anyone inside of this domicile has any donations to make. Civilian bags usually have stuff. 3 charges of water is better than 2. I think this is not a syringe I typically use, but I can always sell it. I'll just keep that one for now. I can always throw this out. Alright, anything on the shelves? Second door. Cooler. 762 by 25. Sure, I can sell it. Alright, where are we dropping next? We can follow the road, and that's probably the best thing to do. Or, we can cut through here. Cutting through here is funnier. It's the dead of night. We don't really need to stick to the roads. Because we are now at a lighting condition where we have better visibility. So that means we can get into engagement ranges and recognize targets faster than the AI can see us. Unless we're making tons of noise. I hope this is climbable, which it doesn't seem to be. Fuck. Oh, okay, then change your plans. We break into the road. Yeah, I don't think I can Skyrim horse this one. And if I try, I'm gonna break my shit in half. Or can I? Because if I don't have to follow a road, I would prefer not to. Let's remove this. Oh, Badger's playing Pal World. Alright. Okay, we've successfully scaled the hill. Guys, I feel so enlightened. The mountain has given me everything that I needed. It's such a perilous trek. Possibly the highest mountain in Lemang. Perhaps on top of it I will find The Last Samurai. Title drop. Like, admittedly, I've been getting bad with editing VODs, just because I see a diminishing return on a lot of them. But I'm definitely sitting down to cut up that particular VOD. Okay, I'm seeing some reinforced walls. Walls? Is that a wall? Let's be really careful. Call him the last samurai, but the E4 Mafia, who certainly do not exist, may come for you in the night. What, do they own the term samurai? I don't know what different MOSs stand for, so I never understood. Shamming is the art of the specialist and the lance corporal. Okay, it's going completely over my head. I see the radio tower. I would like to be out of the foliage. See a chain link fence. Meaning that if we have to run for it, nothing can really chase us. Except for bullets. Barbed wire, okay. Surely there's a way inside. He probably knows. I should have asked for directions first. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but I think the NPCs bias towards staying under streetlights or other sources of light at night. Like, they don't want to go into the darkness, which, if it's a real observation, I'm not just kitsoing out, that would be really cool. Because that is a real human behavior. Like, if you are standing guard at night, or if you need to move around at night, and you don't have the power to see in the dark, normally, you would stick to available light sources, and you would stay under them, subconsciously. Oh, that's a big building. I think I should go around the perimeter and thin the herd a little bit before I push in. Looks like a CQB nightmare, especially if I try going between buildings. Okay, is that a gap in the fence? That is a gap in the fence. Does anyone know that there's a gap in the fence here? Move this the fuck out of the way so that I don't try to load this into my nice 5.56 magazine. Very sketchy angles. Okay. Make a mental note of the fact that this is here. Wonder if he saw me or he heard me. Got anything funny on you? Nah. Alright, so they're relatively lightly equipped. Specialist for an E4 is the highest rank you can attain while having 0 leadership responsibility. It starts as corporal or sergeant, and they tend to find the best way to avoid being told to do anything, so they can do nothing. I see. Do nothing while collecting a government paycheck, I assume. That's sort of the point, I guess. You know what? Good on them. This is called shamming. Ah, now I see. Okay. Yeah, the man in the video definitely doesn't know what shamming is. And he's definitely not skilled at it. Seeing lots of mixed terrain, lots of sketchy angles. Another gate, so we don't have to go all the way around. I want to quickly check the pockets of the guy that we dropped by the back gate, because entry requires a key, so it's going to drop on one of the NPCs here. This is allowed because leadership knows when they need something done that might be, shall we say, sketchy. They grab an E4, they grab the E4s, who will succeed at this somehow. I see. It's good when you have a clearly defined mission. I think that helps you with developing purpose. You look like you're gonna shoot at me if I dip into that light. No, that's not a human being. I do want to check that shed over there real quick. Okay, you're not important enough to have keys, gotcha. And to be fair, you weren't important enough to even have good hearing protection, so for whatever that's worth. I don't want to check that shed over there. Okay, let's push in. I heard someone talk shit. I think we need to pull out. Change our angle. This is very important to do whenever you're doing sort of, you know, supersonic stealth. when you have a clear signature that you're going to leave every time you're opening up. Like, I've clearly made my presence known, so there's no... Sounds like he's indoors. Okay, so he's inside of that structure. Getting through the gate. Aha, so there's a bunch of guys over here too. Right, the radio station seems to be like a whole lot of trouble. Trying to ascertain who's outside and who am I hunting indoors. He sounds clear. Oh, there you are. There's a dude inside of that little building. The strategic benefit of this is that combat is a massive amount of E4 behind saws. Oh, we're running low on ammo. They will treat every asshole downrange as an obstacle to their next nap. Sort of, I guess that's a workable motivation model. What is my nearest cop? Shepherd. That is an open door. That was a bad throw. I'm out of grenades. Could have edged in a little closer. Whoa! Sketchy angles. There's gonna be a mission here eventually, I guess. Grab some haterade. This is not even the main building, damn. Alright, let's push out through the back. Oh, I see a flashlight. Where there are a flashlight, there's people to shoot. Okay, but they're clearly inside, so question is, how do I approach them without exposing myself? Damn, it would be nice if I didn't waste that grenade a moment ago. Sure I can get an angle on him from here. Oh yeah, 100%. Gotcha, bitch. That, boys and girls, is why we don't ND our lights. Fuck it, don't even want your fucking coffee. Probably tastes like shit. Reload to a fresh mag before we go committing. This radio booth you got there. Nothing terribly interesting. Oh damn, this is nice and cozy. Got there. Yeah, 20 bucks. Not bad. Can I loot anything? Someone said there's keys that you need for this. Ah, there it is. SRS room. None of these clowns drop it. Ah, jewelry box? Hell yes. A watch, nice. Necklace? Is that a lootable phone or not? I'll be mindful of time so that I still have my nightshade. You know what? I'd still say we made a pretty okay run, just on jewelry alone that we got along the way. The real loot were all of the people that we got to kill getting here. What's this? Common credit card, hell yeah. Oh, nice. Not bad at all. For a day's work. He's a bit of a tough nugget to crack, but once you get in, it's pretty good. Another little shack over there. This doesn't open. Medical cabinet. Take a free splint. Alright, let's check the nooks and crannies just to make sure we're not leaving loot behind. Breaker box. Shed. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, this doesn't do anything. Don't run DR lights? Are you making a joke that I'm not understanding again? Or did you actually not hear me? No, I said we don't ND lights. Oh, nice. You know what? Free is free. Yeah, it probably doesn't control that light. I don't really need anything. I'll use this water just because it takes up more space than the Haterade. Alright, let me check the remaining bodies, and I will be out of here. You know what? If I really tried, I could probably cram an AK into my inventory just to make sure that I hobble myself nice and thoroughly. Ah, damn, just short. That's square. I can't really do anything about it. Let's see, use a Choco Bar. I think I checked everything I killed, right? Okay, we move that up here, we move that over here. We drink the Haterade. Come on, there has to be a way for us to make space. Hell yeah! Gimme your fucking AK, nerd. Alright, no SRS key, but you know what? I still had fun. And we're going to... How do we peace out towards our camp? We can go down the road. There is a possibility that we're going to score a key we need down the way, so I feel like that's a win-win. Probably didn't have anything more interesting than the other guy. Yeah, probably not. I'm not gonna strip your ammo. Too boring. Yeah, you know what? It was a pretty funny run. We lost a little bit of time at the rated UN column. But other than that, yeah, pretty cool. Lots of supplies that Vulture can stiff us for. Or, you know, I can sell them to one of the vendors that actually pays money. Get a move on. Kinda don't want to just slide down the hill ass first because I'm gonna end up hurting myself. Going down the road is probably my safest bet. Yeah, if I butt slide here, I'm 100% getting hurt. Oh yeah, that's a sheer cliff. Never mind, that's not happening. Alright, maybe that's not my best exfil then. It kind of still is. I guess we can go to Winchester and go directly to Vulture. That's also something we can do. Up, I see a mark on the road. Is it? Or am I just seeing things? Yeah, I'm just seeing things. Listen, I have bad eyesight, so can't really blame me. If you get shot, then sorry. Damn, this road is fucking long. How did I get up here? Where does this go? This probably leads directly... Yeah, pretty much to where I need to go. Oscar 1 is my other option, I guess. Yeah. I hate running on a partial mag, but, you know, it's whatever. Not worth the trouble to reload. There have to be some more AIs on the choke points. There's no way that this entire road is just empty. And if I'm lucky, someone is tired and they already ate shit and left some good kid on Winchester. I wonder if it's worth trying to camp Vulture. Like, you see someone going into a very obviously sketchy location and you just camp them dying. I guess they need to die twice for the original loot to become old, and then you try to snap it up from Vulture before they can run in and buy it back. We are coming up on the ambushed convoy. Okay. Taking our corner. Can I go into the woods here? I would prefer to go into the woods here. I'm gonna kind of run up on that, that little farmhouse that we cleaned out. It's going to Oscar 1 to find absolutely nothing there. Surely they didn't just put together an entire radio station. Like, it looked like it is a quest location, but I guess I'm not cool enough to get the quests that go there just yet. Alright, so, for the Not Birthday, Saturday, 11 a.m. Central, we are going to start with a hand cam stream. I regret to inform you that I will still be running the Factor partnership, so I encourage you to engage with that. Structured eating has never hurt anyone. And I'm more than happy to facilitate that. But, yeah. We have our hand cam stream mostly planned out. Still not sure about the entire scope of what we want to do for calligraphy. Nothing here had the opportunity to respawn just yet. And yeah, I'm going to try to do something like a community squad play or something, if we get enough people who have Gray Zone and want to play. One thing that I need to forget to not forget to do, which I constantly forget to do, is leave a feature request to buff the damage on the 300 Blackout Subsonics. Because, listen, I get it, it's FMJ, it's subsonic, it's slow-moving, fine. But at some point, like, if you saturate the armor enough, it's going to break. I wonder if this has... Nope. Alright. So why don't we just reset that cooldown timer on that body? But yeah, I need to depersonalize some of my bags so that they're a little bit, you know, less obvious and don't have really clear identifiable markers, so that we're just discovering bag patterns and people aren't looking out for me in public. So that's something that we're going to do. But more than happy to share my secret Discord tech of converting slingbacks into drop holsters. One secret technique they don't want you to know. Because I found a video of some guy who apparently travels to Japan as his hobby, and he just does things incorrectly, so it kind of ticked me off. So we're going to look at that during the stream as I comment on doing things better. Alright. Let's make an inventory of all of our jewelry real quick. Watches, rings, credit card, phone. Yeah, pretty solid, pretty solid M4. Not a fan of the carry handle and, you know, the front post sights, but, you know, it's pretty okay. A2 grip. Doesn't do anything. Pretty cool. I respect the vibes. Everyone knows that's the most important part of a firearm. That's for sale, that's for sale, that's, probably also for sale. AK, and keep the MRE. Keep the water. This is for sale. This is also for sale. Is this the stamina buff? Oh yeah, Peret's stamina drain for running a lot. I don't run as an item of principle. I think I can sell one of these EXSP3s. I have a lot of them laying loose around my inventory. Yeah, like I have a number of them. I think I can sell one off. Oh yeah, and we have this, whatever this is. Goodland Whiskey, 20 years, black label. Nice. Keep the chalky bar. And you know what? Lest we forget, 1,400 bucks in just loose cash. Alright, this is all you get. This actual bitch. Look at him. Pay half. What do you pay for all of this? 1,000, almost 200, compared to... Ah, you know what? It's not that bad. I may have been too harsh on you. Maybe Handshake pays better for these? He pays a little bit more. Okay, it's not that drastic. You know what? Toss the old man a bone. He's not stiffing us as bad as I thought. It's like, what? 500 bucks we're losing on this? Oh, my man. You doth cooked. What is that? 16-inch upper? You know, pretty good condition. DDM4. I can buy one from Gunny, I think. Now that I think about that. Yeah, 16-inch upper. How do I... Oh, I pay significantly less. Never mind, it's not worth it. Fuck you, Barcha! What is this? Null on stock, shit. Wiper 5 to 25, okay. 16-incher. I used to run around with something like this. It did some good work for me. M700 mags, that's steel mag, yes. Stick mags, 60 round magazine. That's kind of expensive. What's inside? That's fucking FMJ. He doesn't have anything cool or funny or rare. I'm kind of miffed by that. I do like the FDE mags. The FDE mags are a rare drop, but I have 3 of them, that's enough. I don't think I want anything he has. Realistically. Yeah, FMJ ammo, no wonder you died with that thing. Yeah, there's Spectre Sight. Yeah, nothing worth buying off of Vulture, especially for the prices that he charges. So, let's sell these to Turncoat. And we sell these to Labrat. There you go. Oh, she sells coffee now. Oh, is that a gray energy drink? Hell yeah. Gray Zone Energy. And restock myself with ammo, lest I forget next time I deploy. I'd say today was a pretty okay run. You know what? I think we've made some good progress. Was it completely optimal and high-speed, low-drag speedrunner gameplay? Absolutely not. But I also find that style of play to be utterly uninteresting to participate in. And we still made that bag, so be pleased with myself. Slap that over here. And Notary, I have your soft mod stock. It's safe and sound, and it's in one of my Delta backpacks waiting for you to collect. Once we get an opportunity to squat up, I'll just hand it off to you. Alright. Let me send you off somewhere. Let's see who's online. Who's playing what? Lots of people online, that's good. So we have our choice of the litter to raid. What are we doing for numbers, though? We gotta cloud chase cautiously. Oh, yeah, we're not working with much here. Thunder Biome followed me. Oh, from Kibawu. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's see. Sorry that I bore you, chat. Who can we make happy with those numbers? Quickly pop in to check what this person is doing. Tomoe is playing Binding of Isaac, but we don't really have the numbers to pull off a Tomoe raid. Yeah, you know what? Let's raid Chibi Bot. I think it's nice to drop by and say hi, and she's going to appreciate the extra numbers. You just default to sniff? The fuck are you sniffing over there? What are you talking about? They are billions. Sniffhow is a good dude Kirsha plays game with. I don't follow him. Just a second. Let me see who that is. I'm a little wary of recommendations because sometimes Oni Dojo, no offense, but you send me in some sketch places. Who are you? Sniffer. Ah, Flesh Tuber, sorry, dropped. I'm gonna start the raid in the chibi. The flesh is weak. I aspire to the purity of the blessed 3D model. Maybe next time. Alrighty then. This has been fun. I'm going to start preparing for the birthday. Also, heads up, I might move the Tuesday evening streams to Wednesday nights. Just because it's more convenient for me in terms of scheduling, and for no other reason at all. Check out the socials. Look for announcements. Join the Discord. Use my fucking factor code. This has been Kurumaru Onii-san, reminding you to stay hydrated. Bye-bye.